1.
With you on 1.
Good morning, and welcome to the International Space Station Flight Control Room.
5 and 1, 2.
Good morning, and welcome to the International Space Station Flight Control Room here at Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. I'm Leah Cheshire, and on this first day of November, NASA astronauts Loral, O'Hara, and Jasmin Moghbeli are preparing for what will be both crew members' first spacewalks. Moghbeli arrived at the space station as part of Crew 7 in August, and O'Hara arrived on the Soyuz MS-24 spacecraft in September. This is the 269th spacewalk in support of space station assembly, maintenance, and upgrades, and it's also known as US EVA 89. Helping the crew get suited up today are JAXA, or Japan Aerospace Exploration Agency astronaut Satoshi Furukawa there on the right, as well as European Space Agency astronaut Andy Mogensen. Mogensen will also serve as the driver of the Canadarm2 later in today's spacewalk with Jasmin Moghbeli aboard. NASA astronauts Jasmin Moghbeli and Loral O'Hara will exit the station's Quest airlock to remove an electronics box called the radio frequency group from a communications antenna on station. They'll also replace one of 12 Trundle Bearing Assemblies on a Solar Alpha Rotary Joint. These bearings enable the station's solar arrays to rotate properly and track the sun as the station orbits the Earth.
We are in step 2-1, and the insert previewed clock resumed at 1031 GMT.
Copy 1031.
This view from Mission Control Houston here at Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. And this one coming from the International Space Station and the Quest airlock. Currently, both crew members and Satoshi Furukawa, along with Andy Mogensen, are in the equipment lock portion of the Quest airlock, continuing their in-suit light, or they've just completed their in-suit light exercise and pre-breathe protocols and are now stepping through in preparation for moving into the crew lock portion of the Quest airlock behind Mogensen. We were discussing the tasks slated for today. The crew members will replace one of 12 Trundle Bearing Assemblies on the Solar Alpha Rotary Joint. These bearings enable the station's solar arrays to rotate properly and track the sun as the station orbits the Earth. So when looking at the space station, the antenna is on the starboard or right side of the truss, and the rotary joint is on the port or the left side. Before we get started today, let's get a different perspective of the spacewalk. So we'll take a look at the animation detailing the events, narrated by Spacewalk Officer Sandy Fletcher.
This is the second radio frequency group retrieval EVA. EV1 and EV2 egress the airlock and proceed to the forward face of the truss. Heading port, the crew put down safety tether green hooks and continue outboard of the solar array rotating joint. EV1 goes to the 2 alpha beta gimbal assembly and secures a crew lock bag of tools. Using the pistol grip tool, EV1 releases 4 bolts on the H fixture and then removes it. EV1 then surveys the worksite. Meanwhile, EV2 goes to the solar array rotating joint and removes a cover, exposing a Trundle Bearing Assembly. After disconnecting an electrical cable, EV2 uses the pistol grip tool to release 3 bolts and remove the trundle bearing assembly. EV2 photographs the surface, then applies lubricant to the rotating ring using a grease gun. Back at the beta gimbal assembly, EV1 continues a photo and video survey of the sites where an ISS rollout solar array modification kit will be installed on a future EVA. EV1 returns inboard to the camera port 8 worksite to adjust a cable interfering with movement of the camera light assembly. After lubricating the surface, EV2 installs a new trundle bearing assembly. EV2 then certifies the worksite. EV2 surveys the worksite before replacing the cover. From camera port 8, EV1 translates inboard, down a strut, and temp stows the crew lock bag on the U.S. laboratory. EV1 goes to the airlock, retrieves a different crew lock bag, and takes it to the external stowage platform number 2. EV1 retrieves a portable foot restraint and installs it on the robotic arm. Then EV1 ingresses the foot restraint and the robotic arm flies to the radio frequency group aft position. EV2 returns along the truss back to the airlock, stowing the large bag outside the airlock, and joins EV1 on the stowage platform. The crew work together to fold back the multi-layer insulation surrounding the radio frequency group. At the aft wedge clamps, the crew remove any rubber covering the clamp nuts using needle nose pliers. Then, using a ratchet wrench and a specially designed tool, they loosen the 5 aft wedge clamps. EV1 is then flown to the forward face of the radio frequency group, releases 4 structural bolts, then removes it from the stanchion. EV1 then flies it to the airlock, where both crew secure it inside. Back at the stowage platform, EV1 egresses the arm, removes the foot restraint, and retrieves the earlier temporarily stowed tool bag. EV2 secures the covering over the stanchion. Then both crew return to the airlock and ingress.
As you can see, it's going to be quite a busy day for our crew members, Moghbeli and O'Hara. Taking a look at these team members today, you'll be able to track them while outside the space station by taking a look at one difference on their suits. Today, Jasmin Moghbeli will be EV1, wearing red stripes around the legs of her suit. You can't see her right now as they are preparing to don the SAFER, the Simplified Aid for EVA Rescue. And there she is. You can see that red stripe also on the top of her suit. Meanwhile, Loral O'Hara will be EV2, or Spacewalker number 2, and she's wearing an unmarked suit, so no stripes around the legs or top of her suit. As mentioned, the team members inside the Quest airlock right now that are not suited, that's Andy Moghbeli on the left of the European Space Agency and Satoshi Furukawa on the right of JAXA, the Japan Aerospace Exploration Agency. And they are helping Moghbeli don her SAFER. This is the Simplified Aid for EVA Rescue. It's a compressed, nitrogen-powered backpack of sorts. This would allow a crew member to maneuver independently of the space station. It's primarily intended if a spacewalker became detached from the space station and needed to move back. However, crew members remain tethered at all times, and this is a precautionary measure. Today is the 4th all-female spacewalk, the first 3 being completed by NASA astronauts Christina Cook and Jessica Meir, and the first of those taking place 4 years ago on October 18th, 2019. We are running ahead of schedule today. The crew members are about 20 minutes ahead of the timeline. They were intended to start the spacewalk at 7:05 a.m. Central Time. However, we may see that come a little bit early as they continue to step through all of their procedures with help from teams on the ground. So far, most of the action this morning has been taking place in the equipment lock portion of the Quest airlock. There are 2 portions, and in this equipment lock side is where crew members don their suits or put them on. They also conduct the pre-breathe procedures and, of course, as you see now, attach the SAFER. Once the SAFER is attached on both crew members, they will move into the crew lock portion. That's the outermost part of the Quest airlock. That's where we'll do final communication and suit systems checks with the ground. And then the spacewalkers will change their suits to internal battery power and start the timer for the spacewalk. Earlier this morning, O'Hara and Moghbeli were conducting the pre-breathing exercise. This consists of 2 phases. In the first, the crew breathes 100% oxygen through a mask to begin purging the nitrogen from their bodies. In the second phase, the crew gets in their spacesuits and conducts something called the in-suit light exercise. It's also known as ISLE. This is where they move their arms and legs very slightly just to raise their metabolic rate and speed up getting rid of that excess nitrogen. These two crew members have been preparing for this spacewalk since prior to their flight to the International Space Station. O'Hara and Moghbeli were able to practice this spacewalk in the Neutral Buoyancy Laboratory here in Houston, Texas. The Neutral Buoyancy Laboratory is a 40 million gallon pool, allowing crew members to put on suits, get into the water, and become neutrally buoyant, where they can practice different spacewalk tasks on a mock-up of the space station. Since arrival to the International Space Station, they've also been able to review their procedures, talk with teams on the ground, and they've needed to refit their suits in space in case there has been any spinal elongation or fluid shifting that's occurred since they've arrived. Teams in Mission Control Houston are conducting their handover from the Orbit 1 shift to the Orbit 2, who will lead the spacewalkers through today's procedures. The International Space Station itself is currently flying 265 statute miles over Australia. It's entering an orbital nighttime, and once our crew members get outside today, you'll see a handful of sunrises and sunsets as the space station sees 16 each day. Furukawa and Moghbeli are moving Jasmin Moghbeli into the crew lock portion of the Quest airlock and out of the equipment lock portion. Her safer donning is complete. Meanwhile, they will begin that process on NASA's Loral O'Hara. You can see her again. She's EV2 numbered today. She is wearing white stripes around the legs of her suit. In comparison to Jasmin Moghbeli wearing the red stripes on the outside of her suit, so you'll be able to keep up with who is who once they're outside the space station. It's now Loral O'Hara's turn to be assisted with her SAFER, the Simplified Aid for EVA Rescue. Again, Moghbeli has already moved into the crew lock portion, and we were tracking the spacewalk to start at 7:05 a.m. Central Time. That may occur a little bit earlier now as the crew continues to step through their procedures expeditiously. A reminder again of some of the tasks that the crew members will be working on today. Moghbeli and O'Hara will exit the Quest airlock to remove an electronics box called the radio frequency group from a communications antenna on the station. This radio frequency group, or RFG as you might hear it called, is from a unit installed in 2021. And it was previously swapped out, the entire unit, by Tom Marshburn and Caleb Barron on US EVA 78. They left the part of the degraded unit on the truss, and earlier this year, Steve Bowen and Sultan Al-Nayati got part of the unit removed, but not this radio frequency group. They ran into some trouble, so teams here on the ground have been troubleshooting next steps on how to best remove this portion of hardware. They've also developed a special new tool that'll be used today, a type of wrench that will help them secure the radio frequency, or secure the station on which the radio frequency group is placed, and remove the radio frequency group altogether. Additionally, these astronauts will work to remove an H fixture. This is to help install a new International Space Station rollout solar array known as an IROSA in the future. We have installed a handful of these over the last several years. These H fixtures were not initially designed to be removed during spacewalks, but we have done so previously. And Loral O'Hara will take some time to work on a Trundle Bearing Assembly. She will remove the Trundle Bearing Assembly that's part of a Solar Array Rotary Joint, also known as a SARJ. These Trundle Bearing Assemblies help facilitate the rotation of the solar arrays, and this one specifically is sticky, worn out, and the lube applied over time has worn down, so instead of just servicing it, it's being replaced entirely. As suit prep continues for today's spacewalk, let's learn a little bit more about the suits themselves. These are known as EMUs, or extravehicular mobility units. They're essentially an individual human-sized spacecraft. They each contain their own portable life support system. There are a lot of options when it comes to these suit sizes. Each space station suit has 3 sizes of upper torso, 8 sizes of adjustable elbows, over 65 sizes of gloves, 2 sizes of adjustable waists, 5 of adjustable knees, and a lot of padding options for almost every part of the body to make it fit as desired. When working with a suit sizing engineer on the ground, they take over 80 different body measurements that are plugged in to determine a start size for each modular component of the extravehicular mobility unit. These extravehicular mobility units, or the spacesuits that you see today, have 6 layers and provide atmospheric containment, thermal insulation, cooling, solar radiation protection, and micrometeoroid or orbital debris protection. So, of course, we mentioned the space station orbits the Earth about 16 times a day. So, there are points throughout the spacewalk we will see today when the astronauts are in direct light from the sun. There are other times when they are in complete darkness. So, these cooling and thermal units in the suit help regulate their temperature as their environment fluctuates from one extreme to another. It looks like Furukawa and Moghbeli are conducting some final checks after attaching the safer to Loral O'Hara's suit. They will start moving her into the crew lock portion of the Quest airlock. Once we get closer to the start time of the spacewalk, they will close the hatch between the crew lock and the equipment lock portion and begin bringing the crew lock portion of Quest down to a vacuum. Today's spacewalk is being monitored and led by teams here in Mission Control Houston at Johnson Space Center, where the flight director Elias Mirmo, joined by Capcom William Vu. Spacewalks call for an additional Capcom of sorts known as the Ground IV, who will be relaying procedures to O'Hara and Moghbeli throughout their spacewalk. So serving as today's Ground IV is an accomplished spacewalker herself, NASA astronaut Anne McClain. Looks like she stepped off console just before we get into the procedures where the crew will begin the depressurization of the Quest airlock. The lead spacewalk officer today is Sandy Fletcher. And today's spacewalk task is Miranda Nelson. Again, this is the Orbit 2 team in Mission Control Houston. This room is monitored 24 hours a day, 365 days a year, as astronauts live and work aboard the International Space Station.
Station on one from airlock.
Go ahead, Andy.
We're in step 69. We're ready to close the hatch, go into the crew lock.
All right, Andy, we concur. Step 69.
Again, both O'Hara and Moghbeli are in the crew lock portion of the Quest airlock. They've just received the go to close the hatch between the crew and equipment lock. They'll then start the depressurization process of the crew lock side, bringing it down to a vacuum so that the astronauts can open the hatch and start their spacewalk. U.S. spacewalks officially begin when the spacewalkers switch their suits to internal battery power. What you see here are 4 of the 7 crew members currently living aboard the International Space Station. Also aboard are Sergei Prokopyev, As I was mentioning, there are 7 people currently living aboard the International Space Station, 3 who arrived on Soyuz MS-24, 1 being Loral O'Hara on today's spacewalk, as well as Oleg Kononenko and Nikolai Chub, who are beginning a 1-year mission on the International Space Station. Additionally, the crew who arrived on Crew 7 includes Jasmin and Moghbeli, who is also today's EV1 lead spacewalker, Andreas Mogensen and of ESA, and JAXA's Satoshi Furukawa, as well as Roscosmos cosmonaut Konstantin Borisov. Along with Moghbeli and O'Hara in the airlock are some of the tools and spare parts they'll be using throughout the day. Looks like ESA's Andy Mogensen is now closing the hatch between the crew and equipment lock portion of the Quest airlock. Now that the hatch is closed, the crew will start stepping through their depressurization procedures. They'll be bringing the airlock pressure down to less than 0.5 pounds per square inch, as close to vacuum as possible in preparation for opening the hatch and exposing themselves to the vacuum of space.
Houston Station on 1 from airlock.
Go ahead, Andy.
Step 76 and 77 are complete.
Copy, Andy. 78 has been complete by ground, 79 in work by ground.
Copy.
EV crew, Houston, good morning, Jaws and Loral. Just a heads up, we're working on getting you a hot mic. We're not quite there yet, though.
Once the crew members are hot mic'd, we'll hear a lot more chatter between them and teams here on the ground, specifically ground IV, NASA astronaut Ann McLean, who will be relaying the procedures from the ground to the crew members and working with them on any troubleshooting.
No.
EV crew, Houston, you are now hot mic.
But thanks for configuring it. Copy, hot mic. I guess we should say good morning. Yeah.
Houston Station on 1 from airlock.
Go ahead, Andy.
IC-81 is already done.
Copy, step 81 complete. And Andy, we're...
As we prepare to get started with today's spacewalk, we are in a satellite handover. These are tracked as our tracking data and relay satellite systems transition from one to the next.
The LED is on.
As you can hear, we do still have audio communication with the crew.
Andy, we are with you on 1. We're having a hard time hearing you, though.
Copy, Alpha speaking clearly. We are just waiting for your go in step 84.
All right, Andy, we can give you a go for step 84, crew lock, depress cue card.
Copy. We are moving on to the crew lock depress cue card.
Now with the hatch closed, the flight control team here in Mission Control Houston has given crew members Andy Moghbeli and Satoshi Furukawa the opportunity to begin depressurization of the crew lock portion, where O'Hara and Moghbeli are inside and preparing for the spacewalk.
Loral from the equipment lock. How's it come?
I have you clear. There's a lot of static, but I can hear you.
All right, we are ready to go onto the crew lock. Press Q card. You're ready?
Ready.
Right, Loral on the UIA, switch depress pump power to on, ON, and wait 2 seconds for complete startup.
Okay, depress pump power switch is on.
Then take the depress pump man ISO valve to open, and you can expect an alert tone.
Copy. Press pump man ISO valve is open.
Monitor suit P gauge less than 5.5. If it's more than 5.5, stop depress by closing the pump manual isolation valve.
Copy.
And depressurization of the crew lock has begun. The atmospheric pressure we're used to on Earth is about 14.7 psi.
At 6.0, you can expect an alert tone.
Copy.
And Loral, when we get to 5 psi, then you can switch the depress pump man ISO valve to closed.
Copy.
That pressure now falling.
8, and I see airlock C at 12.6. Copy, I'm showing airlock C at 12.5, and my suit gauge is right at 4.
Pressure in the crew lock portion now about 12 pounds per square inch. Again, the space station is kept with what we're used to on Earth, about 14.7 psi. Meanwhile, the suit pressure is about 4.3 pounds per square inch. That low pressure in the spacesuit allows a lot more flexibility, which is critical when flexing these gloves for about a 6.5-hour spacewalk. That 4.3 psi is close to what you'd experience if you were at about 30,000 feet elevation.
I hear the release valve. I can hear it. Copy. And it's stable right at 5. Same. On airlock T 10.5. I see the same. And don't forget to drink a little out of your Didby while depressing. I am. I just wanted to say Didby.
Because we have limited resources on board when it comes to nitrogen and oxygen, this excess nitrogen and oxygen that's inside the crew lock portion is pumped into the rest of the space station rather than being vented overboard. Once the crew comes back from their spacewalk today, it will be repressurized with that nitrogen and oxygen that's inside the main space station area. Crew lock is now under 10 pounds per square inch of pressure, approaching 9. Once we get down to 5 pounds per square inch in the airlock, we will pause for a systems check and then resume depressurization to about to less than 0.5 pounds per square inch.
Go ahead.
Will I take the depressed pump and I said that to close on your call or when I see on my GPS?
Well, when you see 5, you can take it to
Okay.
closed.
Copy. What are you showing right now, Laurel? 7.1. Got 7.2.
Yeah, and you'll get an alert tone at 6.
Copy. Copy. And I just got the alert for O2 position IV. Say that again. Oh, I got an alarm in O2 position IV. Yep.
Depressurization continues in the crew lock. Now under 7 pounds per square inch. I think 5.9. Copy, I think mine's at 6, so.
5.5. Showing 5.4. Copy. It's 5.1. Copy. Decimal 0. Okay, press pump man, ISO valve is closed. Copy.
The depress pump vent ISO valve is closed. Now on your DCM, you can switch your display status until leak check question mark is displayed. And then press along yes, 2 seconds.
Copy. Copy.
And once you have selected yes, long 2-second hold, then follow the displayed instructions and we'll do a leak check.
Copy. Okay. Okay, I've got leak check complete, and I'm setting my O2 actuator to EVA. Okay, I see the same.
Copy. 2 good leak checks. When we're done, check it. Your O2 actuator is an EVA.
Stand by and work. Yep.
As you heard, the crew lock depressurization continues.
O2 actuator in EVA.
That depressurization holds at about 5 pounds per square inch. Again, we heard 2 good suit leak checks. Shortly, we'll hear the depressurization resume, again, bringing it as close to a vacuum as possible.
Okay, O2 actuator EVA for EV1.
Copy. O2 actuator EVA for both EV1 and EV2. So Loral, you can take your the depress pump man ISO valve to open, and you'll expect an alert tone.
Copy. Press pump man ISO valve is open.
Copy. I will open the emergency MPEV out here and then monitor your suit P gauge is less than 5.5. If it's more than 5.5, we'll stop depress by closing the man ISO valve and let me know as well so I can close the emergency MPEV.
Copy.
Depressurization has resumed, now falling below that 5 pounds per square inch
And Loral,
mark.
when the crew lock is at 2 psi, then you can close the depress pump man ISO valve.
Copy.
The crew lock is now under 3 pounds per square inch. Again, bringing that down to a vacuum. Everything continues to go smoothly this morning for NASA astronauts Loral, O'Hara, and Jasmin Moghbeli as they prepare for their first spacewalk.
Go to 2.4. Oops, I see 2.3. Copy. Airlock P 2.0. Copy. Press pump man ISO valve is closed.
Copy, Loral. Depress pump man ISO valve is closed. Now you can switch depress pump power to off, OFF.
Copy. Pump power is off.
Copy. Now you can report your initial tether configuration to ground IV.
Okay, Loral, I can get your waist tether. Let's see, which one is it? That's the extra. Okay, this one. Okay, I've got it J-close hook lock, black on the airlock D-ring extender. Okay, and I've got a small hook on my right waist, on my right D-ring extender, gate close lock, black on black. I have my safety tether hook, gate closed, locked, black on black, going to my red reel. Copy. And I want it up here. Red reel is unlocked. The large hook of my red reel is going to my green reel. It closed locked black on black. Okay. The small hook of the green reel is on the red reel. It closed locked black on black. Okay, and I can get it from there. I see your anchor hook. It closed hook lock black on black. My waist tether. It closed hook lock black on black. That waist tether goes to my right D-ring extender, and that is gate closed hook lock black on black. Okay, and from my left side, let me get my safety tether. Okay, so my red hook is on my left D-ring extender. 8 closed hook lock, black on black. My red reel is unlocked. The green hook is attached. It is unlocked as well. My yellow hook is going to my green reel. That is gate closed hook lock, black on black. The green reel is unlocked. And I have the anchor hook on my mini workstation. And that should be it. You can also call my waist tether if you'd like. On the left side, goes to my left D-ring extender, gate closed hook lock, black on black. And, yep, that's it.
EV crew, Houston, good, tether config.
Copy.
Jaws and Loral, just for awareness, we're now waiting for the crew lock to depress completely. We'll let you know when the pressure is less than half a PSI.
Copy. Oh, I might need to comport a bit. Okay. Nader or Zenith? I can stay up here, I think. Yeah, now I have access to the latch. That should be good.
As you heard, O'Hara and Moghbeli are stepping through some checks of their suits and tethers. Again, depressurization of the crew lock continues, now at about 1.4 psi or pounds per square inch. Again, we want to bring that down to as close to a vacuum as possible in preparation for hatch opening. And this view of the 2 team members who helped them suit up today. Closest to the camera is JAXA, or Japan Aerospace Exploration Agency astronaut Satoshi Furukawa. And down in the center of the equipment lock portion of the Quest airlock is Commander ESA astronaut Andy Moghbeli. Moghbeli is also prime for maneuvering the Canadarm2 today, which Moghbeli will use later in the spacewalk. Pressurization in the crew lock continues to decrease, now about 1 pound per square inch. The rate is as planned. It gets a little bit slower as we get closer to vacuum. Pressure in the crew lock now under 1 pound per square inch. Again, we're working to bring that down to less than 0.5 pounds per square inch ahead of opening the airlock. And a reminder, our spacewalkers today, EV1, the lead spacewalker, is NASA astronaut Jasmin Moghbeli. She'll have red stripes around her spacesuit. And Loral O'Hara is EV2, who will have white stripes, or essentially an unmarked suit. It's the first spacewalk for both crew members.
And my TCM is blank. And for DB2.
Almost there, Jaws and Loral.
Copy. The hatch shows about 0.6.
Depressurization continues. We are now getting close to the mark of 0.5 pounds per square inch.
EV Crew Houston, just giving you a heads up on an expected message. In about a minute from now, you should see a suit E high message, no action for you. You could pro through the message.
Copy. Copy.
Houston station on, or from airlock on Spacewalk 1, we show on the PCS crew lock pressure less than 26 millimeters of mercury.
Okay, Andy, we copy and concur.
I'm showing 0.4 on the gauge.
Excellent. With those two things, Jaws, you are go to open and stow the EV hatch.
Copy. In work.
Now that depressurization is complete, the crew has a go to open the hatch. Again, right on the timeline today. They were anticipated to start this spacewalk around 7:05 a.m. Central Time. This live view coming from outside the International Space Station, looking directly at the Quest airlock. The airlock itself is close to the top right of this structure. We won't see the airlock hatch itself open as that opens inwards. However, you will see the thermal cover open that protects the airlock hatch underneath. And as a reminder, U.S. spacewalks officially begin when the crew receives a go to transition their suits to internal battery power. Another tracking data and relay satellite system handover as we prepare to start today's spacewalk.
Okay, I got same. Okay, hatch is open and on the hatch keep.
Copy. And the emergency MPEV is closed. So at this point, I wish you a good EVA, and I'll hand you all over to ground IV for post-depress.
Thanks, Andy. Copy. Thanks, Andy. See you on the backside.
Good morning, Jaws and Loral. How do you hear?
EV1 has you loud and clear. Good morning. Who has you loud and clear? Good morning, Ann.
Excellent. Let's get this thing going. On your DCM, you can switch your powers to BAT, stagger your switch throws, and expect the warning tone.
Okay, EV1. Back. Switch done. I'm good. Okay. V2 powers back, and I have the super high message again. That's good.
Okay, we copy that message, Loral. You can switch your display to Pro to verify functional display.
EV1 functional display. EV2 functional display.
Copy, Loral. On the UIA, switch power EV1 and 2 to off OFF and check that all 4 LEDs are off OFF.
Copy. Power to EV1 and power to EV2 are both off. All LEDs are off. And I got the H2O is off message expected.
All right, we copy.
For EV2.
For both, you can disconnect your SCUs from your DCM, install your DCM cover, and stow the SCU in the pouches. When you install those in the pouches, please make sure they're securely in the pouches and that Velcro is closed. We don't want them flying out.
Copy. Copy.
Communications here on the ground has now been handed over to NASA astronaut Ann McClain to work with our spacewalkers. The spacewalk today beginning right on time at 7:05 a.m. Central.
And is it normal for mine just sprayed up some water that then froze on my helmet bubble? EV1.
Okay, for Jazz, your Vox is kind of coming in and out. Can you clarify that last call?
Yeah, I was just saying when I disconnected it, I don't know if this is expected or not, but sprayed out some water that froze and sprayed on my helmet bubble. No issue.
Okay, and we understand that that was from the SCU.
DCM or SCU is stowed in the pouch. A-firm. And for EV1, SCU is stowed in the pouch and DCM cover is installed.
Okay, we understand both SCUs are stowed in the pouches. And Jaws, can you just confirm that those water droplets were from the SCU?
A-firm, they were from the SCU.
Okay, copy. For Loral, check that the depress pump man ISO valve is closed.
Press pump man ISO valve is closed.
Copy. For both of you, take your temperature control valve to max hot, which is lowest numbers.
TV1, TV is max hot. TV2, TTV is max hot.
Copy. For both crew, you can switch your water to on, O-N.
TV1, water switch on. TV2, water switch on.
Copy for both. Check that your DCM is blank and your byte is off OFF.
TV1, blank and byte off. TV2, blank and byte off.
At this time, you can set your temperature control valves as desired, and please report to us the number that you are going to start with. And just a reminder that anytime you change it, please give us a call and let us know.
Copy. EV1, ECV set to 4. And EV2, TTV set to 4.
Copy. We have both suits at 4. Report your suit P gauge.
EV1, suit P gauge 4.2. EV2, suit P gauge 4.4.
Copy. We have good numbers, and stand by while I check the last 2 steps.
Copy. All right, doing one last check of my config.
You heard some comms from NASA astronaut Jasmin Moghbeli.
At the end of the depress cue card. At this time, Jazz, you are go to open the thermal cover. You're going to release the hook from the D-ring and attach it to that tether point and cinch the strap until snug, verifying 6 lines visible.
Copy and work.
Moghbeli noticed some droplets coming from her service and cooling umbilical, known as the SCU. Again, the team here on the ground confirmed that was no issue. They've made it through the rest of their checklist.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6 lines visible. Thermal covers coming open. Wow.
We copy the 6 lines visible, and you're about 13 minutes to a sunset, so you're coming out during day, which is probably painfully obvious to you. And you are go to egress the airlock, and Jaws, your first step is going to be to attach your anchor hook to the aft external D-ring.
Copy and work. So will we go sun visors down here? I have mine up and it's fine right now. Okay.
Yeah, you're only about 12 minutes from a sunset, so it is going to get a little dusky. For Loral, as Jaws works the tethers, your first step is going to be to hand out crew lock bag P, Papa, and a reminder that in this initial, as we hand out these initial bags, the large smalls are going to stay in the airlock.
Copy. Okay, my safety tether is on the aft D-ring extender, gate closed, hook lock, black on black.
Copy, your anchor is on the aft external D-ring. You can attach Loral's anchor, EV2's anchor, to the forward external D-ring.
It worked.
NASA astronaut Jasmin Moghbeli is the first out of the hatch this morning. Again, she is EV1 today. You can tell because she's got red stripes around the legs of her spacesuit. Meanwhile, EV2 Loral O'Hara will have no stripes on her spacesuit.
Okay, Loral, yours is attached to the forward D-ring, gate closed, hook lock, black on black.
Copy. So Jaws can give Loral the go to release your waist tether from the airlock D-ring extender whenever you'd like, and we'll work on getting crew lock bag P out to Jaws and on your BRT.
Copy. I will leave it on there for now. And Jaws, I'm ready to pass crew lock bag P. Wherever you are. Okay, if you can the handle towards me. Okay, my BRT red is on there. Okay, bring it back in a little bit. Okay, the airlock red is off. Copy. And I am putting that rat on the airlock D-ring extender. Okay, that is on my BRT.
Okay, we copy, Jaws, that that's on your BRT.
And while you're working on that, I'm going to take, and just getting it in a good position. All right, and I'm going to take my waist tether hook and just clear a quick wrap on with my safety tether. Just taking it off, and I'm back on the airlock D-ring extender. Tethers are clear. Copy.
And Laurel, the next thing will be to pass the large ORU bag out to Jaws, and that large small will also be stowed on the airlock D-ring extender.
By Loral. Okay, your tether is clear of mine. Oh, sorry. Okay, Loral, I have it. Okay. And, but I do not have a ret yet. Copy. Just a reminder, if you could not ret to the handrail, or ret to one of those D-rings if you can. Copy.
We are about 30 seconds from a handover, so we'll just work to get the ORU bag out, and then when ready, Loral can egress.
Copy. Copy. Jobs, if it's easier, you could use that large once to put it back on your mini workstation. Oh.
As expected, we are in another satellite handover. We expect to regain communications with the astronauts very shortly. The spacewalk began on time this morning, right at 7:05 a.m. Central Time. The hatches have been opened. NASA astronaut Jasmin Moghbeli is outside the hatch.
Copy. Let me just clear this tag. Copy. Okay, I am clear of you, Loral. All right. Q2 is egressing. You look good. Stopping to pick up my waist feather hook. Copy. Got that on my mini workstation. Copy. You look good. I can't see your left side as well, but your right side is clear. You keep hitting a little. I think there might be. I was on your the other. Oh, okay. Moment.
Coming up shortly, both crew members will turn on their helmet cameras. These will give us a view from their perspective throughout the day.
Okay. Beaker is egress. Okay, and as you're coming out, I see your 3 tabs up and your left paper handle down. Copy. My waist tether on the circular handrail. Copy. All right, let me know when you're ready for the bags.
And we did copy those buddy checks, and we see you both out of the airlock. Welcome to space.
Thanks, man. Pretty incredible. Blowing my mind. I can see our dragon. Okay. Working on the BRT. Okay. And let me pass the handrail side to you.
That's NASA astronaut Loral O'Hara at the top of the screen, and the International Space Station now flying 267 statute miles over the Indian Ocean, coming up on the southwest coast of Australia.
Okay. Let me know when you're good for me to release. Come a little closer. Okay, I've got my BRT ret on. Okay. Got my... Okay. You've got the bag when you're ready. Okay. I've got my BRT jaws on the TDA bags. Copy. Might take me a second to get it here. Yeah, take your time. Let me know if you need any help.
And Jaws, if you're not actively assisting, you can turn on your HECA.
Copy. HECA is on. I see a green LED.
Copy.
When it close to me. Oh, that's looking pretty good. Yeah, it's like right along your leg. I think that's really good. Okay. That's like that. I think that's about as good as you're going to get. It looks really good. Okay.
Yeah, we concur, and when we do translation adaptation, if you need to reposition it, we can definitely take the time to do that. So, Loral, if you could turn on your HECA.
And I don't remember which safer handle I called for you before, Loral, but now I see your right one. Oh, and let's get our lights on. Our lights are coming on. Yeah, I've got mine on. Okay. And I see 2 green LEDs for you. And, okay, so I already got the 3 tabs. Your right saber handle's down. Your yep, lights are good. And if you can rotate so I can see your left side. I can't quite see it. Copy. Yeah, it is. Can we give it a little bump just to make sure it's fully down? We're a little further off right there. Sit down. That's down. Yeah, I think so. I mean, again, if you can rotate a tiny bit, just y'all. Yeah, it's down. Okay.
All right, there's good buddy checks on Loral, and we'll take Jaws.
Great. All right, I got 4 lights on. They're good green echo lights. Copy. Here. Got 1 tab up on your left side. Let me see your BRT tab. Like right in front of me. Okay, I see your BRT tab up. Safer handle On the left is down. Right side. Here, right side, I have one more tab up, so that's 3 tabs up. And the PTT is blocking our other safer handle right now. Any further, or we're... Yeah. And I see that handle down. Okay. They're both the safer handles down. Okay, let's take a good look at our tools and tethers. Yeah, you turn around here.
Good call. Yeah, we'll double check all those tools, tethers, and a good config and a baseline HAP for both.
Copy. Okay, my HAP is dry. HAP is dry. I see my safety tether, yours totally conflicted from each other. Yep, I see my safety tethers with a good config. Okay. Look. This bag looks good. It looks good. It is flopping, but that's mine. I think we'll just have to tend to it quite a bit. Yeah. But the position looks good there. Okay. Okay, get tools and tethers.
Copy, and a baseline HAP for both of you.
EV1 dry HAP, EV2 dry HAP.
Copy, you go to close the thermal cover, and after the thermal cover is closed, the next step will be translation adaptation, and we can take our time as long as you need there.
Copy. Copy.
The crew members are closing the thermal cover. Again, this is not the airlock hatch that opens inside.
Copy, we see the thermal cover closed. At this time, if you'd like, we can perform translation adaptation in place, recommending, just like we do in the NBL, some rotation, pitch yaws and rolls, various hand grips, and attaching your local tether and releasing hands. So you can take your time with that and just let us know when you're ready to proceed. Probably the best way out you've ever had.
We heard some communications between O'Hara and Moghbeli as they were checking each other, their tethers, their tools, making sure their helmet cameras were on, which we'll start getting views of shortly. Additionally, they performed a HAP check, that stands for Helmet Absorption Pad, just to make sure there's no excess fluid in the suit. You'll hear that periodically throughout the day, as well as a glove check to make sure that their gloves are in good condition as they maneuver around the space station. Again, this is the first spacewalk for Moghbeli and O'Hara, so they are performing some translation adaptation, getting used to this zero-G environment where they're outside the space station. We also saw some lighting change because we are now in an orbital nighttime. We will see a sunrise or a sunset approximately every 45 minutes, and the crew members also turned on the helmet lights. That way they can more easily see as they maneuver outside the space station.
Hello? I said, all right. You good? I'm good. I'm good.
All right, we're all good then. So we can begin our translation. Reminder that Loral, you're going to lead out to the green hook location, and Jaws, you're going to head up to the starboard airlock toolbox. And just a reminder about MMOD strikes on face 1, so we don't want to slide gloves on the back of the handrails. And avoid inadvertent contact with the tusk cables on the zenith and nadir CETA rails. And then we're going to avoid translation on that bent-over brake handle on the starboard CETA cart.
Copy. Copy. Okay, EV2, I'm looking at my base tether and starting translation. Copy, I'll be behind you. I'll watch your tether. Okay. My big bag. Yeah. I'm watching it. I'm on the CETA rail. I see you. I'm coming over your tether. I'm clear. My tethers are clear. Stay firm. You look good.
And Jaws, you're heading to that starboard airlock toolbox and opening up the zenith door.
Copy, I'm on the starboard one and zenith door in work.
And Loral, as you head out to the green hook location, mile marker 9180 is what you're looking for below the FHRC, and reminder not to fair lead before you get there.
Copy. Okay, I'm up on the CETA rail. Copy, Loral. Okay, and that door is open.
Copy. You can attach an AET to the bolt puller, and then you'll be releasing those locking tabs to retrieve it.
Copy. And I see my safety tether is hung up on some MLI. That is just part of the seat for it looks like. Copy, Loral. Let me know if you need any help. I am doing these bolt pullers, so I'll be up there momentarily.
And we copy that, Loral.
Well, it's down. Okay. It's kind of down towards the bottom. I didn't translate past that, so let's see if I can go back and clear that. We're just translating backwards.
Okay, we copy, Loral. And for Jaws, we see you got the toolbox door closed, and we're going to be stowing that bolt puller on the toolbox as you are doing.
It's stowed.
And then you'll be following Loral.
And I've released my wretch from it. Okay, copy. In work. Okay, I see my tether clear. I'm headed back outboard. Bag is screaming behind me. I feel better.
And Jaws, can you give us a confirmation that the door latch is closed?
Both door latches are closed.
Thank you much. And for both of you, in nighttime, just a reminder that your helmet lights have the 3 settings: off, spotlight, and floodlight. So if you're not getting the light that you want, you can twist those helmet lights or try hitting the button to get a different amount of light.
Copy. Copy. Okay, I see Laurel's tether. Okay. Trying to come up. Okay, I'm clear of your tether. I'm coming up the Cedar Spur. Okay, I can see my tether too. Copy. I'm under the MT on the other side. Copy the rail, headed outboard. I'm coming up on the starboard cedar rail here in a moment. How's the MT today? I say easier than the NBL. Nice. Yeah. Good news. Yeah. Problem.
Loral, O'Hara, and Jasmin Moghbeli have begun their translation out to their first work sites of the day. They will be split up on these first tasks. Moghbeli is heading out to work on the H fixture.
I'm at mile marker 8760. TVA bag is just off to my left. Copy. I'm coming up on the port feeder cart.
As Moghbeli works on the 2AH fixture, O'Hara will be working on the Trundle Bearing Assembly removal and replacement.
I'm at the FHRC. Copy.
All right, Laurel.
And this is where we're dropping our green hooks.
That's right. The handrail that your right hand is on is 3652. That's Jaws. Hook location, and 3651 is just to your right. It's the Nader Zenith one that you have in your right hand, and you can put your green hook there.
Okay, I'm past the port feeder cart. Copy. Okay, I have my end effector on. Right. End effector is on my green rail, and I'm moving my green hook over to structure. Up below, and I'm coming up on your left. Oh, is my foot caught on your tether at all? Whenever you get a chance, it's more rough. Okay. Right, I've got my green hook on the Zenith side of 3651. My large red hook is still locked on the green reel. There we go. I'm stuck from your tether.
And we copy, Laurel. Good checks.
Okay.
Whenever you're ready, you can continue translation outboard to the port sarge.
Am I on it again? My foot, your right foot is touching it. But you're otherwise clear. Okay, copy. I'm going to come up again. Yep, I'm going to hold here. Okay. And how's my bag look? Your bag, stand by. Your bag looks really good. I'm right along your side. Okay. Heading outboard. Copy.
All right, and Loral.
Okay, Ann, and I'm at...
Yep, Jazz, we got you at the Green Hook location. 3652 is your handrail, that little guy right above Laurel's. And for Loral, as you translate outboard, make sure your gauntlets are in place. That phase 1 handrail that you're on is going to end at about mile marker 10320, and that kind of leads you right into your work site.
I'm at 10050. Copy. I'm at 10350.
All right, we see you at the work site, Laurel.
My gauntlets are in place.
Copy. Your first task is going to be to stow that large ORU bag. As you remember, we kind of recommend cover 1. So just to orient you, right in front of you is cover 2 with TBA 7. That's the one you'll be accessing. You've got that 2.5-foot reach that you asked about over to your right side, to the outboard side, and that's where you'll find the short handrail 3864, the long handrail 3865. So you can get oriented, recommended feet outboard, but if you see something else that you prefer, let us know. And you can get that large ORU bag stowed on top of cover 1. There is the tether point on cover 1, and we recommend the zenith side of 3865.
Copy.
Loral O'Hara has arrived at her work site and has been given the green light to retrieve an ORU bag. That stands for Orbital Replacement Unit. She'll be working on the port side of the station on a Trundle Bearing Assembly. Again, this is one of 13 Trundle Bearing Assemblies for each Solar Array Rotary Joint, and they help facilitate the rotation of the solar arrays.
Get this bag stowed, and then my plan is to put a fair lead in.
Yep, and a reminder, Laurel, you do have the setup steps and a diagram of that work site in your cuff pages 1 and 2 if you need it.
Okay. Okay, my green hook is on handrail 3652.
Okay, we copy a green handle on 3652. So you're also going to be heading outboard. You're going to head zenith when you get to mile marker 9540. That'll be the stanchion on face 1 with a label of 16 on it, and you'll head up to the zenith side.
Copy. I'm just going to make sure I'm conflicted here from Laurel's tethers. My bag is wrapped around it right now.
Copy, and I'll try to point out the get-ahead site as you go by them. The first one that you're passing by is that FHRC right there.
Say again?
Yeah, just letting you know that that FHRC that you're at where you dropped your green hooks is one of the get-ahead sites. Should we come back to it?
Yes, for the struts. Copy.
Jasmin Moghbeli continues toward her work site. We have a view from her helmet camera on the left, and Loral O'Hara, who has arrived at her first work site today, on the right.
continuing outboard. Copy.
All right, we copy, and you'll be taking a left turn at 9540 mile marker.
Copy, 9540. I've got one of the large small adjustables down on the extension of 3865, or on 3865.
Okay, we copy.
And I've got my beer.
Yep, and just you need to position that bag so that the opening is towards you on cover 2. And for jaws, I think you just put your left hand on it, but you're going for handrail 3681 for your adjustable fair lead.
Copy. Okay.
And if you want to take a look up, you'll see CP8. You will be back to this spot.
I will. I see it. And so there's a tether point, let's see, on the top of each cover, and so I'll drop this starboard a large small adjustable on the cover 1 tether point.
Okay, copy. Yep, that looks good. Yeah, and all the covers have those tether points in the same location, so basically zenith and inboard. And Jaws, as you're putting your adjustable tether fair lead down, reminder that when we come back, we're going to be temp stowing the crew lock bag, either on the handrail that you're on, the one to your right, which is 3802, or the one right above you, so you can kind of recon that area.
Copy. I've got the bag tied down in 2 spaces.
All right, copy, Laurel. So you're going to open that large ORU bag whenever you're in a good position and position the TBA bag bundle near the opening. And at any point for some stability, if you put your feet outboard, we think that 3865 or 3864 are good BRT locations.
Copy. That is my plan.
And Laurel, as you scout out your best body position, just a reminder you want to be able to reach back and forth into the bag, and you want to verify reach to all 6 of the bolts on that cover, and you'll want access to your small trash bag as well.
Copy.
As both crew members get set up at their work sites, we heard a call from ground IV Ann McLean, also a NASA astronaut, up to NASA's Loral O'Hara, who is at her work site where she will be removing a Trundle Bearing Assembly. The first step is to release 6 bolts from the Solar Array Rotary Joint cover.
Rich man's fairlead is down.
All right, copy. You are go to translate, continue your translation outboard, checking that your gauntlets are in place. And you're going to cross over the Sarge just zenith of Loral.
Copy. Gonna get my BRT back to a good config first. Okay, my gauntlets are down, continuing outboard.
Copy, your gauntlets are down. When you head outboard, just before you cross the Sarge, you're going to see handrail 3866. That's how you know you're crossing at the right spot. And then when you get out to the P4, the radiator is pointed forward, and you're going to be above that, and you're going to look for the handrail path that starts at width 3 and width 7. So you're going to cross from 3866 handrail over toward width 3 and width 7.
3866 over width 3 to width 7.
Good read back.
And Loral, I see you. Copy. So I started to get set up, but my safety tether is definitely pulling me back with the airlock, so I'm going to set up a fair lead here. Probably on the edge of 3864.
Okay, we copy, Loral.
There's also a little bit of some structure just kind of right over cover 1 that I think the bag isn't really going to sit on top of cover 1 like we were talking about. I think it will be just flopping around there.
And you can tack that down with extra ret or cinch the straps down as needed, or reposition wherever you think you can get it so you can access it.
Okay, copy. Okay, and I'm at 5138. I'll put a poor man's in here.
Copy, 5138 for the poor man's, and as you know, you'll move nadir after that. And as you headed out, you passed by the P4-4A IEA, which is also one of the potential get-ahead sites.
Copy. For this, I'm just going to hook. Got one end of the adjustable on handrail 3864, and I'm going to put the other on the safety tether reel.
Okay, we copy, Loral.
Let go. All right. Okay, I have a fair lead on 5138.
Copy your fair lead. You're going to move nadir, looking for 5208.
Copy.
And 5208 might be a good spot to change your body orientation to be looking toward the mass canister, and then we'll be translating onto the mass canister.
5208. Okay, copy. That fairly helps a lot.
Copy, good news, Loral. Yeah, we were wondering how much that was going to pull.
Yeah, it kind of pulled me into the large strut for the here.
And as you get set up, this is where it's your choice. If you'd like to relocate your PGT ret from your swing arm toward the large ORU bag, just to help in temp stowing in between uses.
Okay.
Jaws, as you get to the mass canister, reminder, we want to move very slowly on the mass canister so as not to impart loads and motions, maintaining that less than 2.5 seconds per foot, no cyclic loading, and then no kind of lateral loading on the BGA. As you head toward the mass canister, that small handrail that you're going to be in between the two boxes, it looks like you're already up there. 5174 is the long handrail on the side of the mass canister, and that's where you're aiming.
Copy. I'm in position, and I'll work on stowing my bag.
Yep, we see you there. And a reminder to keep your BRT ret attached to the bag.
I always move slowly. Thank you. I did not remember that, so that was a good reminder.
And we recommend this one go to the middle stanchion.
Copy, middle stanchion.
And as long as you have your hands on the bag, you're also going to be accessing an AET from that crew lock bag to the H fixture.
Firm, it is still on top where I put it. See? Okay, that bag is stowed on the middle stanchion.
Copy.
Oh, I see the sun coming up. I can see it too. I like it. I've got my sun visor down. That's a good idea. And I'm also going to adjust my TCD from 4 to 5.
Okay, we copy. That was Jaws from 4 to 5.
Okay. That was, Loral from 4 to 5.
Copy, Loral from 4 to 5. Thanks.
All right, I've got my bag open. I've got the TCA bag out here.
Okay, copy, and
I will move my PGT.
we copy.
Okay.
Just shy of an hour into today's spacewalk, both crew members working on their first tasks. They did note that we do have a sunrise aboard the International Space Station.
TCV is set to 5 as well.
Copy, EV1, TCV to 5.
And as they begin these tasks, the space station is flying 262 statute miles over the border from Canada just over into Montana.
For EV2. got my PGT now stowed to the bag. And I'm just going to get into a little bit better of a body position, and then I'll be ready for some bolts.
Okay, copy, Laurel. And I'm just going to read you the warning caution for these bolts while you get into position. Just a reminder, these are the very touchy Fairchild fasteners. So we want to align the PGT socket as best as possible and minimize side loading and apply downward pressure while we manipulate them and drive the PGT only to the turn count.
Copy. Look at that, still on top. Now, am I leaving that adjustable connected to the integral rut, to the bag?
Checking. And when we check on that, just so you know, you guys are 1 hour in. You're on or just slightly behind timeline, but catching up, and we're happy with your work sites. Limiting consumable, battery, EV2.
Copy, thanks, Dan. Copy.
And Jaws, that adjustable can go either to the handrail or back to the crew lock bag. And we're about 20 seconds from a handover, so Jazz, you'll be getting in a good position and accessing your PGT and preparing your small trash bag.
Copy.
And just before the handover started, you had a view of NASA astronaut Loral O'Hara's camera on the right side of your screen. They have both arrived at their work sites. They will also both be using a PGT. That's a pistol grip tool, sort of like a drill, specially designed for use on the outside of the International Space Station. Again, they are both working on a removal as their first task. Jasmin Moghbeli will be working to remove an H fixture in preparation for a future new solar array to be installed. And NASA astronaut Loral O'Hara.
Oh, good. Nice. Trying to get my BRT into a good position. I'm doing the exact same thing. Yeah. Not as straightforward as
We do have comms with the crew members as O'Hara prepares to remove a Trundle Bearing Assembly.
Okay, and I don't know if we're back with you, but my trash bag is ready, and I'm ready for PGT settings.
All right, copy. We are back with you on voice, still waiting on video. Just a reminder that we're going to have the Bravo 7 setting, so Bravo 7 counter 1, and a warning that the B7 torque setting may cause bolt failure. So we really want to make sure that we don't have any side loads on that H fixture on the bolts. And then the same notes I just gave Floral, just making sure that your PGT is fully installed, and then you're applying a little bit of downward pressure and drive only to turn count.
Copy, and I have a good cow.
Copy, good Cal. So Bravo 7 counter 1. And for both of you, since we're going to be working bolt ops at the same time, when you call down turns and torques, if you wouldn't mind just clarifying who is calling.
Copy, will do. Bravo 7 is set, counter 1.
Copy, Jaws. So Bravo 7 counter 1.
Jaws?
Yep, for Jaws. You're going to release the H fixture bolts exactly one turn, and you can do any order.
Copy.
On the left is Jasmin Moghbeli's helmet camera. You can see the H fixture at the bottom of your screen. She's going to use the pistol grip tool to release 4 bolts.
I'm moving my PGT back to my swing arm bag. It's getting caught up with the TD bag. So I've got that complete.
Okay, we copy, Loral.
Got my PGT on. Beaker.
After the 4 bolts are released on this H fixture, Moghbeli should be able to remove it with by holding a tether point.
I've got a good count. My battery is 41.3.
Okay, we copy, Loral. For Loral, your settings are Alpha 4, Counter 2. And a reminder on the bolt nomenclature, it looks like you're heading toward the right one, so the farthest away from you and to the right is Alpha 1.
And I've got Alpha Counter 2 set.
Alpha 4, Counter 2 set. Okay, so for these ones, we're going to be doing bolts 1B and 1A. Those are the 2 next to the tether point that you're at. Exactly 8 turns.
Okay, that's 8 turns on Big Alpha 1. The bolt closest to the tether point and farthest inboard.
Copy, Alpha 1, bolt 8 turns, and you go for 1B.
And it looks like it popped out.
Okay, we understand bolt popped
Starting
out.
on
That's
1B.
great news. Thanks.
Okay, and that's Alpha 2 bolt popped out.
Okay, we understand both those bolts by the tether point are popped out. That's great, so we do not need to release those more by hand. You're now going to install a RET from your mini workstation to the tether point. And we recommend installing the other hand on 3864 or another location if you recommend a different one.
Copy. Okay, from EV1, bolt 1, released 1 turn.
Copy for Jaws, bolt 1, 1 turn.
Bolt 3, released 1 turn from Jaws.
Copy H fixture bolt 3, released 1 turn.
And EV2 has a ret to the cover.
Copy the ret to the cover, and the other end of the ret is where's that based at?
My mini work. Oh, it's still on my mini workstation, but I will move it.
Okay. Yeah. Sorry. 3864 or another location if you'd rather have that tended somewhere else.
Copy. EV1, bolt 2 released 1 turn.
Bolt 2, 1 turn for the H fixture.
Bolt 4 released 1 turn.
Copy bolt 4. So we have 1 turn on all of the H fixture bolts. Nicely done. A reminder for the next steps that the bolts will pop out when they're fully released. And same reminder on these Fairchild fasteners that the spring can protrude and create a sharp edge concern. And that the H fixture can kind of self-release from the GSE pad due to stored energy. So you can reset your PGT jaws to alpha 6.
I hope so.
We do too. You can reset your PGT to alpha 6.
And set to alpha 6.
Counter 1.
Alpha 6, counter 1 is set.
You are go to release the H fixture bolts jaws in any order, exactly 11 turns.
Copy, exactly 11 turns.
Jasmin Moghbeli, whose camera view you see here, you can watch her fully remove all 4 of those H fixture bolts. Meanwhile, NASA astronaut Loral O'Hara is working to...
EV2 has cover 1, other to the Nader handrail.
Okay, we copy cover 2 is redded. So for Loral, you can just verify that your PGT is alpha 4, counter 2. And we're going to release the Sarge cover bolts, the remaining 2A, 2B, 3A, and 3B. And these are the ones that are inboard right next to each other. Alphas are farthest away from you. Bravos are kind of the next ones in. You can go any order, exactly 8 turns. The bolt will pop out when it is released, but we're looking for exactly 8 turns for Loral.
Copy, 8 turns, any order. I've got alpha 4, counter 2.
Copy.
Okay, and from jaws, bolt 1 is released 11 turns. And I have a question. So it seemed like it popped out probably around 8 or 9 turns, but you still want me to go to 11?
Checking.
On the future ones? Copy.
As Moghbeli works to remove H fixture bolts, O'Hara is working to remove the Solar Array Rotary Joint cover.
If the bolt pops out, you can stop turning. We just don't want you to go any more than 11.
Copy.
You can see O'Hara also using the PGT or the pistol grip tool on the right side of your screen. Once she removes this Solar Array Rotary Joint cover, she'll be able to access the Trundle Bearing Assembly that she'll remove and replace.
Okay, 8 turns on 2. Bravo. Outboard.
Copy 2 Bravo, 8 turns for Loral.
And from jaws, bolt 3 released 11 turns.
Copy 11 turns on the H fixture bolt 3.
No, it's popping out, but it's not quite like the other one. Like, it doesn't seem as fully released as bolt 1 does.
Okay, we copy.
Bolt 1 is definitely released. Bolt 3 seems like it maybe has another turn on it or something.
Jaws, you are go to put one more turn on it with a PGT. One more turn.
Copy, one more turn. Okay, one more turn on both 3. I think it is actually released.
Okay, good copy, Jaws. And Laurel, if you could pause there, we think you might have been on the cover, the wrong cover. If you're on the left side of that
right.
tether point, that's cover 3, stand by for step.
Okay, copy. I was just about to ask. I thought I was... What am I doing?
And Laurel, can you let us know how many turns you put on that bolt?
8.
Okay, copy. And no worries. You're go to continue on cover on your cover 2, and we'll have steps later just to retorque that one back down.
Okay. Okay, copy. Okay, and from Jaws, bolt 2 released 11 turns, still similar to how bolt 3 did. So I don't know if you want me to put one more turn.
Checking. And you are go for one more turn on bolt 2. We do copy 11 turns on the H fixture bolt 2.
For EV2, I have all bolts released. It looks like the cover is free.
All right, copy. You are go to temp stow the removed cover out of the way near the ret anchor.
Okay, and bolt 2 released 1 additional turn. And I don't know, I might just be giving myself extra work. It might have already been released as well.
All right, we copy. And as that cover comes off, Laurel, a reminder, the first thing that we're going to want to do is kind of check for any of that metal flakes or damage to the race ring or anything else that you see as you get your eyes on.
Copy. I have the cover temp stowed on 3864.
Copy, it's temp stowed. And so we'll take next thing a good HECA inspection of the outboard race ring in particular, reporting any metal flakes or damage that you see.
And bolt 4 released 9 turns.
Copy that 9 turns on bolt 4 and that it's released. You can stow your PGT, and then we're going to attempt to remove that H fixture.
Copy. It didn't just pop off. It did just pop off? It did not. No. I wish. I had a feeling it wouldn't. Okay, PGT and trash bag are stowed. Just try to give it a tug to start.
That's correct. So you can attempt the H fixture removal just by pulling on the tether point.
Copy. And for EV2, I'm not seeing any metal shavings on the race ring. It's kind of hard to tell. It's obviously greasy. And there's a little bit of overflex, but it's not much. Like, it's not like the photo that I don't actually know.
Okay, that's great news, Loral. None was expected, and certainly none was hoped for. So you can pre-position the TBA bag bundle for access. Make sure that that's in reach. And we're going to open up the bag TBA labeled degraded and retrieve the French hooks that are on the integral tethers. And while you do that, I'm going to read you a couple of warnings. Note that the sharp edge hazard exists on the bearing package, so limit contact just to the tether points. And we want to keep the rets and any hardware away from those exposed sarge rings.
And much to my dismay, that did not work.
All right, we copy. So our first step is to use the wedges or the pliers into the H fixture channels.
Copy. Just adjust my position here.
And reminder that those channels are kind of up and down from bolts 1 and 2, closest to you.
Copy.
For Loral, I'm going to give you these couple prep steps together in case you see stuff in front of you. So we're going to get those French hooks from the bag labeled degraded. And we're going to open and prep an EVA wipe.
Copy.
And then we're going to open up the TBA bag and make sure the caps are in reach.
Great. I just dropped a ret on the TBA bag from my mini workstation. Just get close by.
Okay, copy. And just big picture for you.
I think that'll also help keep the... But
Okay, yeah, just big picture for you. We're going to do the connectors first, then we're going to install the French hooks, then we're going to use PGT ops.
Copy.
And page 3 of your cuff checklist has a drawing of the TBA if you need it for reference.
Copy.
For JAWS, as you get out all of the tools there, you can choose whether you want to insert the wedges or the pliers into the H fixture channels. If you do the wedges, the end of the wedge should go flush with the H fixture.
Copy.
And you can tend back some of that MLI if you need to.
Okay.
Now that O'Hara has removed the solar array rotary joint cover, she can move on to demating and remating some cables ahead of removing the Trundle Bearing Assembly. Meanwhile, Moghbeli continues to work on removing the H fixture, having loosened 4 bolts on the fixture itself.
I've got the French hooks out of the degraded bag.
Copy. And we'll just position so you can grab those when you need them.
Here's the next step.
And for Loral, we will be demating that connector when you are ready.
I'm ready.
All right, we're going to go for the NZGL connector on the inboard receptacle. So that's farthest from you. You go to demate the TBA NZGL connector from the inboard Sarge ring, and then we'll take an inspection of those connections.
See, I'm on the inboard NZGL, J15. I am demating.
Copy, and this is the same place that we'll end up remating with the new TBA if you want to make a mental note.
Copy. That's pretty obvious. I could get. Hey, and I see good pins. City in my band, no thoughts.
Copy, good.
Receptacle is good as well.
Copy, good inspection. You go to mate the twist cap from the degraded TBA bag to the Sarge NZGL jack, and you can release the RET once it's mated. And just a reminder, we won't be putting a cap on the degraded side.
Copy. How you doing, Loral? Working on this NZGL cap. That is challenging. Awkward location and a tight fit. How about you? I guess we're working on this H fixture that likes where it's at. Yeah.
Coming up on 1.5 hours into today's spacewalk, Jasmin and Moghbeli continues to work on removing the H fixture that will allow for future solar array installation. These were not designed to be removed during spacewalks, however, we've done so successfully a handful of times, so she's troubleshooting.
Hi.
And there were cheers all over Earth, Jazz.
And confirmation that that H fixture has been removed.
All right, you can stow that H fixture onto the AET back by crew log bag P, and then we'll take an inspection of the pad.
Okay, copy. Okay, it'll probably take me a moment to get this bag cleaned up again. And do I do an inventory of this bag now?
Checking.
No, I need to get back in here for the potentially for the camera. Right?
And no need to inventory that one quite yet, Jazz.
Yeah, copy.
And Jazz, as you get everything in there, just a reminder that the next thing you may want out of there is the scoop for CP8, if you want to put that on top.
Okay, copy. And then can you remind me with these caps, I've got it pressed on, but then I need to twist it, right?
At the counter.
The cap is flush. I don't know if you can get in my.
Yeah, it's a counterclockwise twist.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing. I have it flush. Okay, so it looks on. Can't pull it off.
And it's just kind of best effort. There's no visual indicator of it being on.
Yeah, no, the cap is on.
Okay, then you're going to release that ret, and the ret will just tend back to the bag. And while that tends back to the bag, your next step will be to install one of the French hooks to the bearing package.
O'Hara just installed a cap on a cable she demated.
We'll wait for it to go on. I pushed it on and then twisted it all the way counterclockwise. Let's see the feature on the cap that's proud is up against the back. But it is a little wobbly. If you can, I don't know if you can see it in my spectra.
We can. That's a good view of it. We're talking.
For me to remove the ret. Okay.
And Loral, we think that's good enough. So as you move the ret, we just say to kind of do that carefully, and then we'll make sure we don't hit that so as not to dislodge it.
Okay, copy. Okay, ret is removed.
Nicely done. So next one will be to install the French hook from the degraded bag onto the bearing package. That's the one that's the bigger one that's closest to you, the gate of the French hook away from the bearing package.
Copy.
For Jaws, when you get everything stowed, big picture for your next steps is going to be an inspection of the pad and a photograph, and then we're going to be stowing and moving on to your survey.
Copy. And I'd like to take a moment to thank your classmate Josh for the tips he gave me. They were definitely helpful. His 8 fixture lessons learned.
The 8 balls are always here to serve.
Hey, the French hook is on the bearing package.
Copy, you can get your PGT ready. We're going to be setting Bravo 2 counter 2. Just a reminder that the Bravo 2 torque setting can cause a bolt failure on bolt 3, which could result in a non-captive sharp edge. So we'll just use the same care that we did before. So Bravo 2 counter 2.
Copy.
O'Hara is going to use her pistol grip tool again to release 3 bolts.
And just a reminder for you, Loral, this is going to be kind of an iterative bolt release on bolts 3, 2, and 1.
Copy. And we're not putting the French hook on the mount package yet. Is that correct?
That's correct. Not quite yet.
Or was I supposed to put that on as well?
No, not quite yet. We'll do that one in a little bit. We think it'll get in the way. So once you have Bravo 2 counter 2 on bolt 3, we're going to go exactly 1 turn. Actually, on each of them, bolt 3 first, exactly 1 turn.
Okay, I've got Bravo 2 counter 2.
Counter 2.
3.
Counter 2. Bravo 2 counter 2.
Yep,
and we're about 20.
Counter 2 set, and then.
Good read, and you're going to go exactly 1 turn. We're about to go into a handover, but you're going to do 1 turn on bolts 3, then 1, then 2. 3, 1, 2.
Copy. Copy 3, 1, 2. I have my truss checklist open as well. Okay, and I'm taking photos.
Copy, Jez.
And just as expected, we are in a tracking data and relay satellite system handover, which we will regain shortly for communications with the crew. Again, Spacewalk started at 7:05 a.m. Central Time this morning. Jasmin Moghbeli has successfully removed the H fixture where a future International Space Station rollout solar array will be installed in the future. And Loral O'Hara is working on removing a degraded Trundle Bearing Assembly. This helps facilitate the rotation of solar arrays. Just before the handover, O'Hara was using the pistol grip tool to release 3 bolts on the TBA, the Trundle Bearing Assembly.
Copy.
Once that Trundle Bearing Assembly is removed, she will...
It looks like they are all recessed. I don't see much sod, maybe a tiny bit on what would have been 3. I think it's within what was in the expected picture, so it looks good to me. And I've also taken some photos, but you probably want more.
We always take more photos. We appreciate the report. When you're complete with that GSC pad, we'll take a glove and HAP inspection and moving on to the survey. We're going to basically be moving over to the left side.
Okay, copy. My gloves, HAP is dry. Gloves didn't work. Gloves are good for EV1.
Copy, good. Glove and hat for Jas.
Jasmin Moghbeli confirms a good glove and hat or helmet absorption pad check.
And can work for EV2. Got my safety tether. Come up into my work site. Just going to get that clear.
Copy.
The glove and hat check is done for each crew member after completion of tasks.
Give us a status on which bolts you were able to get a turn on.
Just 3 so far.
Copy, 1 turn on bolt 3 for the TBA. For Jas, I'll just give you some words as you get ready to move. We'll be stowing stowing that crew lock bag on your BRT as you're doing. And I think you're familiar with the 5 spots that we want to get photos. There's a chance you could reach over and get that center pad from where you're at if you have the reach. And then we're going to do the sob bearings on the on the bottom of the mass canister, and then the GSC pad that's just on the opposite of where you were working. So it kind of in whatever order makes sense. And good HECA surveys and photos of each of those.
Okay, copy.
Also, one note for you, Jas, as you move to the outboard side of that mass canister, you may be toward the end of your safety tether reach. And so as you translate around the inside when able.
Around the inside. Okay, copy. And then I'm going to take a minute and reset here. I keep pulling my safety tether up into the work site. So I just figure out those that are positioned right now.
Okay, good call, Loral. And just a reminder, we want to try to keep the PGT clear of those race rings.
Yeah, I see. Okay, and I've got that crew lock bag. I'll head over to the other side.
We copy.
A great view of both astronauts outside at their respective workstations. Down at the bottom right, with the red stripes around the bottom of her spacesuit, is NASA's Jasmin Moghbeli. She's EV1 today. On the left, with no stripes on the suit, is Loral O'Hara, who is EV2. Again, both spacewalkers on their first expedition outside the hatch today.
And Jaws, before you leave that work site, we just want you to double check that all of the MLI is tacked down to its original location around the H fixture, please.
Yeah, it is not. Thank you. Okay, MLI is back.
Copy, thank you.
But
And Loral, we see you
I had a
going.
hard time getting my PRT. It's enough to hold my body. What?
Copy, yeah, we see you going for bolt 1.
Yeah, I couldn't get mine nearly as rigid as I wanted either, Will. After bolt 3, correct?
And Loral, just so we're tracking it.
Okay, Ann, can you see the left?
So for Loral, could you just clarify it's just the body position, or are you having issues with any of the bolts?
I'm not having issues with the bolts, yeah. I'm just trying to get my BRT into a position where it's stabilizing me.
Copy, I understand.
Having a hard time getting it rigid enough where, yeah. And then I also have my safety tether that wants to spring back from my face. So I think I need to fix that as well.
Copy, and would it help it to route the safety tether around kind of the outboard of the BRT to help hold it down?
The safety tether? Yeah. I will do that. And Ann, whenever you get a chance, can you see the GSC pad and go?
Yes, that is a good view. And for big picture, we're talking about the TBA task here, and we think that 4 hands are going to be better than 2. So Jaws, what we're going to have you do is suspend the survey at the moment, and we're going to have you translate back the way that you came out so that you're just zenith of Loral. And we think that you can get into a good position either on that 3866 handrail or just zenith of her, wherever you think is good to assist her with kind of handing tools back and forth and managing that bag.
Okay, copy.
And Jazz, we are not planning on coming back out to this. If you happen to translate by some sob and want to look at it with your camera, we'll take it. But other than that, we'll get you moving back into Loral.
Okay. And so the sob's kind of on the other side, correct?
Yeah, they're kind of at the base. If they're not in your translation path, then you don't need to go find them.
Okay, copy. Was there kind of a recommended body positioning to do these bolts, like as far as which way I'm oriented, or is it just There's choice here. Let's see if I can do it.
Yes, we had originally looked at with feet outboard, kind of where you're at, and making sure also that you're rigidizing the base of your BRT. I think I saw you go for it, but that kind of where it attaches to your mini workstation, make sure those are also rigidized. You could potentially also try to go from face one in the seat of handrail.
There. Okay, I thought about that as well.
Yeah, the other way, if your feet go zenith, then the BRT is kind of off to your left side, which may also work.
Like even with it, I've got it fully rigidized, and I just kind of move. As soon as I put the PGT on the bolt, it just floating away.
And if this one doesn't work, we can also look at if there's a twist in your BRT, it won't rigidize properly. As Jazz gets over to you, we could have her actually position on face one to see if she could help you from the other side, or if she could get a better grip on the PGT from the seated side.
Okay, I'm coming over to you, Laurel. Copy. So the ball stack looks pretty good. My command fairlead is removed.
Copy, the fairlead's removed, Jaws.
I'm passing the radiator now. See.
And Laurel, can you confirm that that PGT torqued on bolt one?
I have. It did. I didn't get one turn on it, but I have a green light, and actual torque says 13.8.
Okay, so understand on bolt one that you did not get one turn?
No. Not one full turn. Okay, I've got a local down. I'm just zenith of you, Laurel. Copy. My camera's caught here. Let me go get that.
Okay, and Laurel, we understand that
I'm getting my visor up for night.
That the PGT on Bravo 2 did not give you one turn for bolt one. So you are go to set Bravo 5, counter 2 for bolt 1, 1 turn.
Okay, copy. I'm going to need those settings again, though.
No problem. Just let me know when you like them.
And Laurel, just for your essay, I got my local on the same handrail that your bag is there too. Okay. Could I come down like inboard of Laurel, you think? Or stay up here, do you know?
So a couple options on how you guys want to attack the work site. I think see Laurel moving inboard to see if she can get some more stability on the side of the seat of handrail. So you could stay zenith of her to manage the bags and passing things back and forth if she can get into a good stable position. Just let us know where you prefer, Laurel.
We're in another satellite handover with the International Space Station and the TDRS, the Tracking Data Relay Satellite System. We do have audio communications with the crew, just awaiting to regain video. At the meantime, the International Space Station is in an orbital nighttime.
See the BRT with this S turn in it. Josh, can I just kind of... Yeah, can you like half a second? Sure. Okay. I have the PGT. Like such a simple setup, but very different. And I can let me know if at any point I can like try to push you in or something. Yeah. Or maybe crank on my BRT, although I think I'm setting it all the way down. But, you know. Yeah, I feel like I haven't really tight and it still wasn't holding me. But I can maybe try to hold you.
So the other thing we were just discussing, it's up to you if where you think the positioning will be best. But Jaws, if you want to go to where Laurel was, just outboard, and see if you can get into a stable position, we could have you drive those bolts if you can get if either of you can get into a stable position.
And we're the 1, 2, 3 bolts, correct? Right here. Yeah.
Yeah, affirm for Jaws.
Okay.
It's 1 is the furthest outboard, 2 is the middle, and then 3 is the furthest inboard.
Okay. Laurel, hang on. Oh, my, you above me? Yeah. Well, I can move if you want. I just need to do my defector. I'm just thinking. We've got tethers. This is the PGT. Okay.
Rather than working on an Ethernet cable untwist, Moghbeli is now assisting O'Hara in removing the Trundle Bearing Assembly.
Yeah. I mean, the other thing I was thinking was to go seat zenith and BRT 3865. Yeah. But what I'm finding is if you go BRT straight, if you BRT the jaws on the wide part of the handrail, you end up kind of far away. Then I had an F in my BRT, which I think is why it's not rigidizing, and can chime in here. Okay, as much as it could. If you want to take the PCT and I'll try that? Yeah, okay. Let me know when you're ready for it. Okay, let me get mine down here. So what's the setting on the PGT for this?
So, Jaws, just to orient you to the bolts, right now what we're trying to do is get 1 turn on bolts 3 and then 1 and then 2. Laurel was successfully able to do bolt 3. For bolt 1, the planned torque was not enough. So we're currently in the crib sheet for bolt 1, and so the settings are Bravo 5, counter 2, and we're looking for 1 turn exactly on bolt 1, the middle bolt. Correction, the most inboard bolt.
Okay, copy. The most inboard.
Sorry, outboard bolt.
It
is
inboard
labeled.
Or outboard? Outboard. Okay,
It's
good.
the one that's labeled 1.
Yes, I see it. That works. You want me to move over? Can you pull me back a second? Actually, I can. Let me get out of your way. Let me just try this one more time from here. And once you take the PGT, I'll hold you too. I mean, I don't know how much that'll help, but yeah, it can't hurt. Get back there. Okay, here's the PGT. Okay, and then wait till I get your back. Let me know when you're in position. The helmet just sorry. Push me away a little bit. Okay, I've got my hand on your back. All right. Okay, I'm helping you. And I've got just to check Bravo 5 counter 2.
That's correct on bolt 1.
Bolt 1, correct? Just do bolt 1. Okay, that turns. Nice. Now, was it a one? You want us to do 1 full turn at that torque?
Affirmative, 1 turn.
The crew members are able to see how many turns have been accomplished on the PGT, the pistol grip tool. They can also change the settings as requested. That's why you hear calls like Alpha 1 and Clockwise 2.
And you can see the... Yeah, I can tell you when you're a powder. Okay, ready? Stop. Okay, 1 turn on bolt 1.
All right, nicely done, you guys. We can reset Bravo 2, counter 2, Bravo 2, counter 2, and you can do bolt 2, 1 turn.
Copy.
In order to keep from turning with the pistol grip tool in microgravity, the crew members need some stability. So Moghbeli has offered to provide that for O'Hara.
Okay, I'll get your back. Not turning. Oh, did that turn? Okay. Yeah. Okay, nice. 1 turn on bolt 2. That 1 turn even.
Okay, copy. And just for Jaws, you know what to expect. It's a little bit of an iterative release with different settings and different bolts. So the next thing we're going to do is we're going to set Alpha 6, counter 2, Alpha 6, counter 2. And we're going to release bolt 3 again, exactly 1 turn. And just note, this does not release it fully yet. We just want 1 more turn on bolt 3.
Okay. Okay. Alpha. I don't remember.
Alpha 6.
Sorry.
Alpha 6, counter 2. And we're going to release bolt 3 exactly 1 turn. Alpha 6, counter 2.
Copy. Okay, 1 turn. Now, can you count the 10? If you move your, you can see I think. Okay, go. Ready? Yeah. Turn. Okay, 1 turn on 3.
Copy, 1 turn on bolt 3. So, Jazz, you can reset the PGT to Bravo 2, counter 2. For Loral, we lost your heck if you don't mind resetting your button. And then we're also due for a glove check for Loral. Again, for the PGT, Bravo 2, counter 2.
You're late. Okay, I've got. You good with me pushing your button, Will? I am. Okay, I see those green light.
Okay, we copied green light, and for Loral, we'll need a glove check also.
Yep, and I've got nominal gloves and a dry hat.
Copy, thank you. So for the next thing, we're going to be releasing bolt 1, set Bravo 2, counter 2.
Let's see, Bravo 2, counter 2 is set. Releasing bolt 1 turn.
Bolt 1 is actually going to go 6 to 8 turns until it free spins.
Okay, copy. Okay, it's on, and I can count. Ready? Yep. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1 more. 6. That's 6 to 8 turns still at 3 spins. I don't think it's 3 spinning yet. So, sorry, I thought you said 6. Yep, okay, I'll count. 7, 8. Okay. It doesn't look like it's loose yet. No, it doesn't.
Okay, we understand 8 turns and that it's not free spinning yet.
No, it is not. It's definitely releasing, but it's not, yeah.
Checking.
Sorry, man. Hold on, I'm just going to move a little. Hit you. Sorry. Let me go for the... Oh, sorry. Okay, I let you go.
All right, you guys are go to continue releasing bolt 1 until it free spins.
Okay, copy, copy.
Now 2 hours and 5 minutes since today's spacewalk began. Both O'Hara and Moghbeli are working on removing the Trundle Bearing Assembly, a degraded unit that O'Hara will then replace later in the spacewalk.
Ready? 9, 10, 11, 12. How's that look? It doesn't, I mean, as far as I can tell, it's not 370. 13. No, I think it is. Thank you. Yeah, give me 1 second. Sorry, Loral, I didn't mean to push you. Okay, I got it. Okay.
Okay, and we think that might be free spinning. It doesn't have like a nice reassuring pop out like other bolts. So we're going to move on to bolt 2. And reminder that releasing bolt 2, the draw bolt, releases the preload arm until the arm swings open. So you can set Bravo 2, counter 2. And we're going to go to bolt 2.
Copy.
And it will also free spin upon release about 14 turns.
Copy.
And you can expect that
We're still Bravo 2?
Bravo 2, counter 2.
Counter 2.
And you can expect the bearing package will move away from the Sarge and the mount.
Okay, copy. Ready, Jazz? Okay, I'm ready. 1, 2, 3.
This is the second bolt being fully released. After the next one, the crew member should be able to remove the trundle bearing assembly itself.
7, 8. Oh. 9. I think that might be free spinning. Okay. It's really hard to say from here, but if I put you down, can you get your finger on it? Does it seem?
You can also check that preload arm.
I'm not sure one is fully free spinning.
Copy, checking.
Jazz, can I hit, sorry. Yep. Yeah. 1 second. Okay, I've got it. I'm just going to bring myself over here. Okay, I'll try to get that here away. There, that one is, yeah. I don't know. I can't really call either of them free spinning, but I think it moves. It was looser. 3 is, I can't even wiggle the bolt, if you can see that.
Can you tell if the preload arm swung open? That's that arm on the back side of it.
It does look like it is open.
We're talking about it.
It's still being...
Okay, so for bolt 2, we're going to have you re-engage with Bravo 2, counter 2, and you can release that probably about 5 more turns. And reminder that we should be able to pull that bearing package off via the tether point if that's released.
Okay, copy. Bravo 2. Yeah, Bravo 2, counter 2.
Bravo 2, counter 2, correct.
Oh, yeah, counter 2. Bolt 2. Okay, I've got good eyes on. That's weird. Yeah. They must have, my PGT turned off, I think. Bravo 2, counter 2. Okay, I can see. Ready? Yep. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, I think now it is. I think it's yeah. You want me to get the PGT or you going it? So actually this is going to go back into one of those bags over there. Oh, the PGT does?
Yep.
No, the bearing package. Oh, the bearing. Okay. I can stow the PGT on my swing arm.
Yep, so we'll stow the PGT, and then we're going to pull that bearing package off. Reminder to keep the hand away from the grease that's on the bearings on that outboard race ring. and we're going to stow that degraded bearing package back into the TBA bag labeled degraded. And while you're in there, you can retrieve the other French hook for the mount package.
Copy. That's one of these, Loral? Yes. Okay, yeah, I see it degraded. So, here, Jazz. You can pull it off and get it in there, or I can pull it off and maybe hold the bag open, maybe? Yeah.
And for Jaws, if you're handling the bearing package, just a reminder, we just want to handle that by the tether point. There's a lot of greasy and sharp areas on it.
Okay. I'll try to let Loral handle it mostly while I hold the bag and I'm floating away. Hang on. Great. Okay. Bag. Now we need this other point. This one? I'm holding it. No. Oh, that one. Got this one. Okay, copy. Now, can you just close the Velcro on that? On this one? Yeah, that bag, yeah, absolutely. And you can let go of the bag.
If we can grab that other French hook from the bag to install in the mount package.
Closed. Have it in my hand. Got it.
All right, nicely done, you guys. So French hook onto the mount package tether point is the next step.
Get out of your way. Complete.
And for awareness, we're just over 2 hours in. We're about an hour down on the timeline, but we're happy as we make progress on this highly important TBA task.
Copy. Okay, we're ready for bolt 3.
Okay, copy. Sorry, the French hook is on the mount package tether point?
Confirm.
Okay, so you can set your PGT to alpha 6 counter 2, alpha 6 counter 2. Reminder not to push in when you're doing this bolt number 3 because that can cause some side mounting on the clamp leg. So as we release bolt 3, that clamp leg will come open. You're going to go alpha 6 counter 2 and release bolt 3 fully. It should be approximately 4 turns.
Copy 4 turns, alpha 6 counter 2. Well, let me know if you want me to push in your back or not. Okay, I think I'm fine. Okay. Maybe not. Okay. And there's 4 turns. And the bolt popped up.
Copy. So while holding,
then I need to push it down to release the.
Yep, good memory. So while holding the mount package tether point, you can press on bolt 3 with the hand or the PGT to open that clamp blade. And then we're going to very carefully remove that mount from the race ring using the tether point and stow it in that same degraded bag.
Copy. I use my hand, actually. What? I said I'm going to use my hand. Okay. Okay, the Mount package is off the brace ring.
Copy, nicely done. We can stow that back into the degraded bag, and we're going to close up that TBA bag labeled degraded using the Velcro liner. And reminder, we're not going to be opening that one again until it gets to the ground, actually.
Copy.
Almost 2 hours and 20 minutes into today's spacewalk, the degraded Trundle Bearing Assembly has been removed. O'Hara will now move into some tasks to lubricate that area before installing a new Trundle Bearing Assembly.
Parts of the degraded TBA are in the degraded bag, and the bag Velcro is closed.
Okay, copy. We'll take a glove check from you both, and while you're checking your gloves thoroughly, I'll give you some big picture words. We like the way you're working together at this work site. The next step is going to be to do the lubing. We think that this is probably a one-person task since there's no PGT ops. So we're thinking that Jaws could move up to CP8. You're still close by while Loral works this lubing task. But if you feel strongly that 4 hands are going to make that task more successful, then we'll take your recommendation on that.
Loral, you let me know what you think. Yeah, I think lubing is probably just a one-person job. And it might be easier to move around a little bit more. Yeah, and I won't be far if you do decide you need to do that. Okay, so I'll head to CP8. I'll get cleaned up and head there. Okay. And for gloves, I just have some black and yellow scuffs, but otherwise they look good.
And can you say that again, Jaws, for the something on your gloves?
Just some black and yellow scuffs. They look like scuff marks. But the gloves are good. It's just on the outside of the RTV. I don't know if you could see it in my camera or not.
Okay, we understand just some discolored scuff marks for your gloves. Okay, and you can start heading up to
EV.
Go ahead for Laurel.
You can go ahead. I was going to get my glove report. Yeah, go for it. I'm set. Make sure I'm not untangled from all this. Nominal gloves for EV2. Same, just a little bit of grease on the right glove.
Okay, copy. So Laura, you can get into position for for lubing the outboard race ring. And Jaws, you can start moving up to the CP8 work site. Reminder, I think you've stowed that crew lock bag P. If you think you might want the round scoop, you may want to grab it as you go by.
Okay, copy.
Big picture for the lubing.
Loral, I might have you just take a quick look at me before I head out. I think I might be making sure I'm untangled from your stuff. I think I am. Okay, actually I am good. You good, Jess? I'm good. Yep, I can see I'm clear. Okay. Did you have some words? Do you handle it?
Again, 2 hours and 20 minutes since we've started today's spacewalk. So far, Jasmin Moghbeli has removed the H fixture, which allows for future iROSA addition. That's a new rollout solar array.
Behind my legs. Okay. Have you?
The team ran into some difficulty removing the degraded Trundle Bearing Assembly, but that has been successfully accomplished as well.
And Laurel, we see you kind of back into the original config with feet outboard. Is that correct?
Can I just, Laurel, can you just look, is my safety tether behind my legs? It is, yeah, it looks like it's between your legs right now. Okay, which way do I need to go? Let's see. It's streaming basically straight back, like in line with your body. So if you just go legs up and then rotate your body. Else you need to go a little farther. Which side do you want it to be on? Well, it's coming off my left side. Oh, there. Did it fall under now? Yeah. So now your safety tether is across your body. Okay. Perfect. Thank you.
O'Hara was helping Moghbeli configure her tether properly as Moghbeli heads out to work on a Ethernet cable untwisting task. Meanwhile, O'Hara is preparing for her next task. She'll be applying some lubricant to that Trundle Bearing Assembly area.
For you are going to be to prepare the work site for the lubing by retrieving and positioning dry wipes and temp sewing both grease guns to where you can get them.
Copy.
And the first one that you'll want in your hand is the J-hook grease gun.
The J-hook. I'm back at my fair lead, which I will leave in place.
Okay, copy that you're at 3681 at your fair lead. So we're going to be assessing that work site, assessing the cables per the pictures that I'm sure you remember. If you need some translation aid out on the TVCIC, you can take that round scoop.
Okay, copy.
And we're just going to be trying to align that cable so that the cable travels straight along the stanchion.
Okay, I'm going to sew my bag. I will, it's right here, so I'm going to leave the round scoop for a moment while I assess.
Copy, and we're hoping that just that twist on that cable is sufficient.
You'll need both. All right, I've got a wipe ready, and I've got the grease gun ready.
All right, copy.
J-hook.
Awesome. Reminder
now
that
I will leave the straight grease. I'll leave the straight one in the bag for now.
Okay, that works. Reminder that the grease will flow as soon as the shutoff knob is rotated. So you've got your dry wipe ready, and that the grease is probably going to sputter and pop. You do have steps for using and safing the gun on 4. I can read these through to you each time, or you can do them on your own once we do them the first time. So the first thing on the J-hook grease gun, you're going to engage the teeth by rotating the plunger 180 degrees so the black triangle's up. Remove the MLI tip cover. Rotate the hinge restraint ring.
I'm thinking about just doing kind of a truss placement before I actually start flowing grease. How does that sound?
We like that plan. And we want to especially prioritize. We especially want to prioritize that area where the TBA is going to, where it just came off of, and where it'll go back onto.
Okay. Just try and get a feel for what kind of angle.
And there is some Velcro on that cap if you want to tack it down to the side of the gun so it's not in your way as much.
You.
This view from O'Hara's helmet camera showcases one of 2 grease guns she'll be using.
So we're looking to hopefully just roll the excess toward the racetrack so that it aligns. And if you look up, you can kind of see the camera hood. And the issue that we've been having is we think that that camera hood has been catching on the cable excess. So that's what we're going to try to fix.
Okay, copy.
Meanwhile, Jasmin Moghbeli is going to be working with this Ethernet cable to tie that closer to the International Space Station structure.
How does that look in the camera?
And so, Loral, if you pick up the back end of the grease gun so that the flat part of the J-hook is on top of that race ring. And just so you know, we just lost KU for a sec.
Copy. Yeah, so what I have is the flat part. EVA.
Yeah, so the handle is probably going to be a little bit up from where it was when we lost the camera. But yeah, the flat part of the inside of the J is on the flat part of the flat surface, and then that hook will just kind of go right in there.
We are in another satellite handover. Obviously, we have audio communication with the crew and will regain video communication shortly. Again, both crew members have split up and are working on separate tasks now. It's been 2 hours and 30 minutes since today's spacewalk began. Jasmin Moghbeli has removed the H fixture.
Back with you after handover. If you're comfortable with your position, then you go to rotate the shutoff knob such that the flow is pointing toward the nozzle, and then you can go ahead and grease that inner canted surface. Reminder, we're looking for about 3 clicks, and then you can pull that the J hook off and make sure that you've got a grease smear on the inside of it.
Okay, copy. And are you expecting it to just flow and then stop flowing, or it's going to flow and start and keep flowing? That makes sense.
Each click will give you a certain amount of flow, and then it should stop.
Okay. And let me know when you've got a second.
And go ahead, Jaws, just so you're both aware, we have no camera, but we got you on audio.
Oh, okay, I was going to ask you a camera question. What's the bend radius on this cable? Minimum bend radius?
Checking.
Speaking with the crew members here on the ground is NASA astronaut Anne McClain, today's ground divee. She's the single point of contact during the spacewalk to O'Hara and Moghbeli to ensure communication remains streamlined as they work through our tasks.
Copy, we understand no grease flowing. If you just take a look at it, double check that the black triangle's up. Your tip cover's off, the hinge restraint ring is rotated. And then that shut-off knob is so the flow is pointing toward the nozzle.
O'Hara is working to grease the Solar Array Rotary Joint, or the SARJ, where the Trundle Bearing Assembly was just removed.
To squeeze the trigger and release a little bit of grease until you see it come out, and you can squeeze that into a wipe.
Yeah, that's what I did. That's how I figured out no grease flowed, and then I pulled the trigger and I'm not getting any grease.
Checking.
After this worksite is lubricated, she'll then install a new Trundle Bearing Assembly.
Okay, I got some grease. Sorry.
Okay, we copy. Yeah, we were going to have you manipulate the triangle in the back, but if you have a good flow, then we're happy with that.
And if you could just let me know when you get video back.
Copy, not quite yet. It'll be about 2 minutes, Jas.
Okay, copy. Maybe I'll just put this in place and then you can look.
As today's spacewalkers continue their tasks, we are coming up on a major milestone tomorrow when the International Space Station celebrates 23 years of continuous human presence.
And am I greasing the entire length of exposed race ring?
Affirmative, Loral, all of the exposed side.
Copy.
With 23 years of continuous human presence in space, that means if you are under 23 years old, there has never been a day in your life that all humans have been on planet Earth.
And Jas, the bend radius is about 3 inches on that cable. We do have your video back. We see you on the race ring.
Okay, so if I were to, it goes on the outside of this other cable. If I were to put a wire tie down here and pin it there, like pin it down here where my thumb is, where I'm pointing, then that's what. If you can see the top, that looks good to me.
We see that. We are checking.
See that.
Yeah, we have a good view of that. Thanks. And we are talking about it.
Okay. I don't know if it would be better for me to demate and remate it.
And we're talking about the slack. There needs to be slack so that it can pan and tilt still.
Okay.
And
yeah, it's just so when I let it go, so it's definitely straighter. If you can see when I let it go after having undone the twist, it does bounce back a bit. So this is the hands off of it. It still looks like the hook is mostly in line with the stanchion. So I don't know if that's.
Okay, we understand that report and the hook. We're talking about it.
Okay.
They're just talking about it because they're expecting a little bit of a loop at the top. So stand by one.
Yeah.
And Jaws, if you can, we're wondering if you can go up the stanchion a little bit, not past the TVCIC, but a little bit closer so we can get a better view of kind of the outboard end of the cable and the hook, French hook. And Laurel, we see you greasing away.
Yeah, so I gave it 3 clicks and ran it length of the race ring. I definitely got the part where the EVA mounts better. I think I'm good with the J, but if you guys agree.
Yeah, we agree. We can.
I gave it 3 trigger clicks.
Okay.
So.
Yeah, we like that. That's great. And we notice your gloves are still white. Nicely done. So you can clean that nozzle with a dry wipe. And then we're going to rotate the black triangle down. And the shut-off knob so that flow is perpendicular to the nozzle.
Not totally unscathed. I do have 1 grease mark on my wrist.
Well, I still got a happy team down here with that grease job. Nicely done.
Well done, Laurel.
So we're going to rotate the black triangle down, the shut-off knob so that it's perpendicular. And then you're going to rotate the hinge restraint ring and put the tip cover back on.
Copy.
Good words coming here from Ann McLean in Mission Control Houston.
You can get her helpful.
Okay, yeah, the problem is without demating and remating or getting rid of the slack, it kind of just pops back up a bit. So I can put down. But
we are looking and talking about it, Jaws.
That would give you you can see the French hook right now. That's where it's sitting naturally.
Copy. We're looking. We don't have a great view of the French hook. If you could look a little bit more outboard.
Okay, let me know when you see it.
Yeah, we see it. We see the French hook kind of facing port.
This view from Moghbeli's helmet camera as she works to reduce some of the slack on this cable and more closely secure it to the International Space Station.
Kind of how you want it, correct?
Yeah, we're looking at getting a little straighter through there, but so that it's not pulling so port on the French hook. They're talking about it.
In the background of Moghbeli's helmet camera, the International Space Station is flying 259 statute miles over the Gulf of Mexico.
Twist on the cable.
With a wire tie, you mean? Or actually physically twisting
Just
the
physically
cable?
Twisting the cable.
Yeah, I did, but maybe let me do one more.
Yes, you are going to do one more. And Laurel, I see you've got the straight end grease gun. All right, let me know when you're ready for steps.
I am, and just a quick question. Can I use the same EVA wipe that I use for the J-hook?
Yes.
I don't have a lot of grease on it.
Yes, that looks great. Since you are so clean, you can go to use that one again. So we can prep the straight nozzle grease gun. And so you're going to...
Okay, I don't need steps.
Perfect.
Yeah, and the problem is if I release it, it goes right back. And if I tie it down, then there's not a lot of slack.
Copy, we see that. Talking about it. And for Loral, when that gun is ready, you're going to be greasing the outer canted surface and the datum A, that flat surface. Also about 3 clicks with the gun trigger, prioritizing where the PBAs will be installed, but greasing that whole exposed surface if you can.
Okay, copy, and that's 3 clicks on the datum A and 3 clicks on the outer thing.
That is correct. That's correct.
Or 3 clicks total.
3 on each.
Yeah, and maybe if I demade it and remade it.
We're talking, Joss. All right, Jazz, we talked about it. So big picture, we don't want there to be any forces on that French hook, as you know. So you are go to demate the cable, and we think you may need to like pre-put a twist in before you remate it. The intent being that the cable travels along the stanchion and that there's no forces imparted on the French hook like it is right now.
Okay, copy. Go to demate.
And to clarify, we think that the twist will be closer to where the French hook is.
But I'm demating from right here, correct?
And Loral, you were asking about clicks. The official answer is more grease is better. So if you put a little extra on, that is quite all right.
Okay. I don't know if you can see in my hecka, but I definitely, I think, have it a grease on.
Yep, it's a little shaded, but that's a good view, and so you're going to go for the outer canted surface.
Okay, is that sufficient for the inner surface?
It's shaded, so we can't see it, so we'll take your judgment.
Okay, all right. And I just want to confirm after the last comment you made, I'm demating here at the base, correct?
That is correct, Jaws.
Copy.
And Loral, no action required, just for your awareness. Your hecka is getting a little warm, so as expected, we're going to turn it off right now so that we can get your view back when we go to bolts. But you are go to continue with the greasing.
Okay, copy. I need to stop and turn it off.
No action. No action from you.
Actually, I'm gonna get stuck.
We can do it from the ground. No need to do anything.
Oh, copy. All right, I've got a nice line of grease down on both those surfaces.
That's excellent. Thanks, Loral. You can go ahead and safe that straight nozzle grease gun.
All right.
And once that's safed, your next steps are going to be to stow the grease gun back between the TBA bags and then use a dry wipe as required to clean up your suit and any tools.
NASA astronaut Loral O'Hara has completed the lubrication of that solar array rotary joint area where the Trundle Bearing Assembly was removed.
Say that again, Jaws?
Any tips for a stuck NZGO?
Copy. If that's been in the sun, try shading it for about 10 seconds and trying it again, and we'll get other steps. And Jaws, can you give us any words? Has it moved at all, or is it kind of stuck in its original position?
Yes. It has moved. I just can't get it over center.
Copy.
As O'Hara stows the grease guns she's been using, Moghbeli continues to work on the CP8 Ethernet cable task.
Okay, Jaws.
Okay, Ann, I got it.
Excellent.
It's aft over center.
Love it. All we had to do was open the crib sheet and it came off.
Okay, no FAD. Prevent pins. The DMI band.
And Loral, as you stow that stuff back in the bags, your next step is going to be to access the bag labeled spare, and we'll be retrieving the mount package of the spare.
I have the mount package retrieved.
And copy. So you got the mount package, Laurel?
I do.
Okay. You can verify that the mount clamping leg is open. And you're going to engage the mount on the inboard race ring, aligning that square mount box with the slot. And then you can close the mount clamping leg.
And in order to do this, I'm going to have to put my hand down into the race ring in order to close the lower leg.
Yeah, we understand that. It's like a game of operation. Just try to be very careful and not getting any more grease.
I think that will be difficult, but I will try.
Copy. Definitely best effort.
And this hook, you want provide me the hook end facing the box.
Checking.
Like this.
Yeah, so Giles, you're looking at the problematic spot for sure. So we think that that cable should be, rather than coming down the port side of that TVCIC and pulling on that hook, it should be kind of coming down, tended more toward the middle side so that there's no actual tension on that French hook strap, so that it just kind of free floats. And the cable is probably going to need to twist in order to be able to move it a little bit more starboard. And Laurel, as you get that mount clamping leg closed, a reminder that your first step is going to be to turn by hand bolt number 3 while holding that leg closed. And you want exactly 2 turns on that, and those turn counts are really important.
Copy. Do I need the leg clamp, like it snaps closed, do I need to hold it closed while I'm, because the bolt will reopen it. Right. Answered my question.
Yeah, that was a good catch, Laurel. As long as you're not pushing on the bolt, obviously, that opens it back up. And you may need to keep your hand back.
My beer. And my understanding is how it is now is how you want it, correct? You can see in the hiccup.
Can you move a little bit port with the hecka? We can't see the French hook. That is a great view, and we are talking it now. All right, Jaws, we think that right where your right hand is, if you push that cable out, outboard of the stanchion, if you look at the little hook that is in line with the cable, right now the big part, the end of it is kind of pointing out the stanchion. We actually need it to go the other way. So if you push the cable out, and it'll invert that hook. And then when we reinstall the connector, we want to make sure we don't pull back down on that. Does that make sense?
Like it is now?
Go a little bit to your right. We're talking about it.
And for EV2, just a quick note, I think I have the bolt hand started.
Okay, and we want exactly 2 turns on that if you can.
Okay.
And once you're good with the 2 turns, Loral, you're going to be transferring the RET from that mounting bracket to the not the low profile truss cap, but to the cap that you have installed.
Copy.
We've just reached 3 hours into today's spacewalk. So far, the Trundle Bearing Assembly has been removed, and Loral has completed the greasing of the Solar Array Rotary Joint, where she is preparing to install a new Trundle Bearing Assembly.
Okay, 2 turns. I will remove the RET and over to the cap.
Yep, right over to the cap, and then after that, you're going to be retrieving the bearing package. For Jaws, that's a good orientation, and we don't want to change that. So what we want to have you do is gently put a wire tie around the racetrack and around the cable so that when we install it, we don't pull it into the wrong orientation.
Okay, copy.
Since the start of today's spacewalk, NASA astronaut Jasmin Moghbeli has removed the H fixture in preparation for a future IROSA install, a rollout solar array. She also assisted with the Trundle Bearing Assembly removal and is now securing a wire or a Ethernet cable to the space station.
And Laura, we see the RET on the cap, so we'll be getting the bearing package, and we're going to engage the bearing package onto the mount. And again, minding that race ring that you just beautifully greased. And Jaws, for you, once we get done with this task, we're going to have you move back down to assist Loral with the install.
Okay, copy. Well, are you doing all right? How about you? Yeah, good. Okay, the bearing package is installed.
Copy, Jaws. And Laurel, we see you.
And are you sure the problem's not what's above it?
Yeah, standby 1 JAWS for Laurel. Your go-to, now you've got that bearing package on, you can access your PGT, and we're going to be driving bolt number 2.
Copy.
And JAWS, go ahead, sorry.
I was just saying the problem might be above it, but I'll try to get it to stay.
As you can see, Loral O'Hara is using the pistol grip tool. She will drive 3 bolts to securely fasten the new Trundle Bearing Assembly to the Solar Array Rotary Joint. Again, these pieces are what help the solar arrays turn as they track the sun and store power for the International Space Station.
If it gets pulled or outboard from the cable on top.
Yeah, copy, we see that. Do you have any other suggestions if the intent is to get that flipped 180 and not pulling hard on that tether point? Is there anything else you could see that could help?
Can I undo and redo this front hook? Or is that really no?
All right, JAWS, yes, you are go to unhook and rehook that. For Laurel, your settings are Alpha 1, clockwise 2, and reminder that the straw bolt 2 will engage the bearing arm onto the race ring. So Alpha 1, clockwise 2.
Copy. Right.
And it'll be bolt number 2, the draw bolt. It's going to be 12 to 14 turns to torque, and if needed, you can push from behind.
Okay, copy. I've got Alpha 1, clockwise 2, yep. Having 12 to 14 turns.
That's right, and just
and say again.
Yeah, 12 to 14 turns on draw bolt 2. And
bolt number
2.
Okay.
And you can push from behind if you need to. And just a reminder that slight side loads can torque out an Alpha 1 setting, so just be real careful.
Okay, copy. I keep my TV off.
Copy, you see that?
Okay, and as I wire this down, you need me to leave some slack?
Checking. Yes, there does need to be some slack in the cable to allow for the panning and tilting.
Copy.
And big picture for both of you, we're about 3 hours in. We are happy with the progress, especially on that ever so important TBA. Just for your awareness, we've replanned the timeline to where we are going to go after the TBA bolts, but we are not going to do the procedure to bring it back in the airlock. Sorry for the wedge clamps, I meant. So for big picture, for the replanned timeline, we are right on time. We're about 3 hours in. Limited consumables, still battery EV2.
EV1 copies. EV2 copies.
As the crew members continue their tasks, the timeliners have reworked today's timeline. The RFG, the radio frequency group, will not be removed from its stanchion as was previously planned. However, it will be prepped for removal on a future spacewalk, with some clamps being removed.
And Loral, it might help if you put your end effector down on one of the adjacent handrails that you can kind of push against.
Good call. Okay, and let me know when you've got a good view.
And Jazz, if you go to your right just a little bit, then we can see the hook.
What's that?
We're talking about it, Jazz.
Yeah, so you can see it.
All right, Jazz, we are happy with the configuration for CP8, so you can go ahead and translate down and reconnect the connector.
Okay, copy.
Nice effort. We know that's a tough task with a lot of gray area.
In this helmet camera view, Loral O'Hara continues driving the 3 bolts that will secure the new Trundle Bearing Assembly to this solar array rotary joint. Meanwhile, Jasmin Moghbeli is completing her Ethernet cable tieback. She will remate a cable that was demated previously before moving on to her next task.
Hey, Laura, we think another thing that may help is if you want to hand start that bolt. If you want to hand start that bolt rather than trying to use the PGT, that might stabilize the whole package.
Okay.
And you may have to use one hand to push on the back and then one hand to hand start.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. Okay, and made it over center, no side, no bend pins, good EMI band, and I'm just taking a look at this config. Let me back out a little, maybe you'll get a better view.
Okay, we copy, and we got the inspection and made it over center. Appreciate it.
Okay, Let me know when you've got a good view.
And Jaws, we are happy with that configuration. We're going to do some checkouts here. You can go down to assist Loral as needed on the install.
Okay, copy. And where did my bag go? Oh my. Didn't I sell my bag on 3683?
And that's the one that was called out, but I think you may have stowed it a little bit more outboard toward Loral's work site.
And I've got on bolt 2. Counted 11 turns. Got a good green light. Works 0.4.
Copy, bolt 2, 11 turns, checking. And Jaws, I think you're kind of one block zenith from where your bag is. If you go back toward face 1 to 3681 and 3802, you should find your crew lock bag.
You're saying go back nadir?
Yep, got back toward face 1. Back toward where your rich man's fair lead is.
That's mine. Okay, stand by.
And Laura, we're still talking about bolt 2, standby 1.
Okay.
And Laura, did you know how much hand start did you get before those 11 turns on the PGT?
I didn't hand start it at all.
Okay, copy.
And for what it's worth, the PG is 12.3. That we don't use outside.
And for Laurel, we're going to hit it with one more turn. It's a little bit lower than expected. So on that Alpha 1 clockwise 2, go ahead and do bolt number 2 to torque.
Copy. And I'm back at 3681.
Okay, copy. You're at 3681.
I do not see my bag.
Okay, we copy. And if you move out a little bit toward Loral, so go out back toward 3866, just above where the large ORU bag is.
For EV2, it is torquing out. I'm not getting an additional turn on it.
Okay, copy.
I'm just full on clockwise 2.
Okay, that's a good bolt 2, Laurel. So we're going to move on to a handover.
As noted, we are in a handover of the satellites and that allow us to communicate with video and audio to the space station. We'll regain that shortly. In the meantime, Moghbeli is going to retrieve a crew lock bag before heading back to the airlock, stowing that. O'Hara continues installation of the Trundle Bearing Assembly, where she previously removed the degraded one earlier today. It's been about 3 hours and 20 minutes into today's spacewalk.
Okay, copy.
Do not see my bag.
And Jaws, when you stowed it, was it close to the large ORU bag? We're wondering if maybe Loral put it inside of the large ORU bag, or if it got stowed or tied up in there.
And I thought I stowed it on 3683 by the camera.
Okay, understand. We'll take a look at it for right now if you want to get in a good position to assist Loral. And for Loral, you're looking for Alpha 2 clockwise 2, and you're going to be driving bolt 1 to torque. And note that if it doesn't bite on the first kind of couple of turns, you may need to use a hand behind the bolt. This has had some issues grabbing the first threads. So just try to see if the bolt is kind of free spitting or if it really bites on it. So again, bolt 1 to torque, Alpha 2 clockwise 2. You're expecting around 6 turns.
We've got Alpha 2 clockwise 2 set, expecting 6 turns on bolt 1.
Good read back, Loral.
Hey, Jess. Hey. Okay, Laurel, what can I help with? I'm just about to drive bolt 1, and I think I'm going to be in a good position. Okay, so I'll just stay out of your way then. Read all this for a second, my PK. Yeah, give me 1 second to throw my mini rotation on the sector. I can just... Okay, I can take it. Okay. Think I'm good? Okay. Hey, I'm on bolt 1, driving 6. Copy.
And we copy.
Hey, I got about 5.5 turns, green light, torque 3.6.
Okay, we copy. That is a good bolt. So the next thing we're going to do is drive bolt 3 to torque, 2 to 4 turns, and that's also Alpha 1 clockwise 2, bolt 3.
Okay, Alpha 1 clockwise 2, bolt 3.
Good read back.
Jazz, could you help me count turns on this one? Yeah. I'm in a good position. Okay. Do I look straight on the bolt? You do now. Okay. Starting turn. Okay, copy. 1. Okay, that torques out, I think. Green light. Torque 2.1. That was 1 turn.
Copy 1 turn, and we copy the torque. Stand by 1.
Between 1 and 2 turns.
Copy. We're checking. Stand by 1.
Visors up.
We're still chatting about it.
Okay.
All right, we're going to have you just check your body position, side loading, etc., and verify Alpha 1 clockwise 2, and we're going to just reattempt and let us know if you get any turns.
Okay, Alpha 1 clockwise 2 is checked. And then, Jaws, do you just want to back me up on if I'm straight on this bolt? Okay, copy. From my perspective, it is. I can't. Yep. Now you are. Okay, and it looks like my perspective. That looks good. And yeah, I'm not getting any additional turns, and I'm staying towards 2.3.
Okay, we copy. Checking. Okay, Laurel, we're going to release it for a turn and then reattempt. So go ahead and set Bravo 1 counter 2, Bravo 1 counter 2, and you're going to release 1 turn on bolt 3.
Copy. Bravo 1 counter 2. Release 1 turn.
Good read back.
And say again the bolt.
And we're on bolt number 3.
And which bolt?
Bolt number 3.
Okay, copy. That's what I thought. Just let it go. Bolt number 3. You look good from, there you go. One. There's 1 turn release.
Copy, and we're going to set Alpha 1 clockwise 2 again, Alpha 1 clockwise 2, and we're going to drive that to torque. And we're hoping for 2 turns.
Alpha 1. Okay, copy. Okay, looks good. Okay. 1. I'm just doing 1 turn. Yep. Yeah, you're straight on. Wait, 4.
Okay, we copy. Okay, we're going to increase the torque just a little bit. So we're going to set Alpha 2 clockwise 2, Alpha 2 clockwise 2. And go ahead and drive that and hoping for 1 turn.
Copy. Do you want me to, are you I just need to adjust my TCV real quick. Okay. Wait, just so we have 2 eyes on it. Okay, my TCV is set to 3.
Copy, Jaws, TCV set to 3.
Okay, I've got eyes on. Okay. And Jaws, are you close enough? See those 2 the French hooks with the rets on them? Where are they? Right next to the bubble socket. be close enough to the, or even if you pull the TVA bag back a little bit, they should go with it. Okay. Yeah, that's helpful. Thanks. Sure. They're a little canted. Oh. How's that? Looks straight. Looks good. How's that look? Looks good. He's driving. Copy.
3.5 hours into today's spacewalk.
I went up a little bit. Okay, ready? Yeah. Move like maybe an eighth of a turn. Yeah.
Okay, we copy. Checking.
Yeah, green light 3.1 on the torque.
Copy, green and 3.1. Checking.
O'Hara continues installation of the new Trundle Bearing Assembly, now being assisted by Jasmin Moghbeli. This setup is similar to what we saw earlier, where Moghbeli is providing additional support to O'Hara as she drives these bolts using the pistol grip tool. The spacewalkers were informed earlier.
I think you're on top of the TVA bed right now. Okay. A little bit. Yeah. Just don't slide any pusher back over here. Okay.
All right, we're going to reset the torque, we're going to release this a turn and then set it back at the lower torque. So if you could set your PGT to Bravo 1 counter 2, Bravo 1 counter 2, and you're going to release bolt 3 1 turn.
Bravo 1 counter 2, 1 turn, 3. Looks good. One turn. One turn.
Copy, and you can go ahead and set the PGT to Alpha 1 clockwise 2, and we're going to drive it back into torque.
Have Alpha 1 clockwise 2. Looks good. Right there? Yeah.
Due to some of the unexpected issues removing the Trundle Bearing Assembly earlier, the crew will not be able to remove the RFG, the radio frequency group, as previously planned.
Copy, 1 turn and 2.4, we're talking about it.
However, they will remove some clamps on the RFG itself. This will set it up for removal on a future spacewalk.
All right, nicely done, ladies. We're going to call that a good bolt, and we're going to continue. So you can stow the PGT. Want you to verify that you have no grease on your gloves and on the cable and the cap, and we're going to be doing NZGL ops.
Copy. I've got a little bit of grease on the outer part of my glove, nothing on my palm.
Okay, copy.
If you can see of a view.
Yeah, we do see that. The important part for the NZGL ops is we don't want to get any grease, obviously, on the connections. So this time you can transfer the RET from the bearing package onto the cap.
I can. Copy.
And that's the cap on the one you got in your hand, the one on the cable.
Another satellite handover, but Trundle Bearing Assembly or TBA install continues. O'Hara has completed driving the 3 bolts necessary to attach the TBA.
Okay, so you go to demate that Sarge NZGL twist cap from the inboard receptacle and stow it in the TBA bag spare. So we're going to get both those caps off and get a good inspection while we do so.
A good view from the helmet camera of Laura O'Hara as she...
Let me know if you want me to hold your back or anything, Laurel. Okay. Good right now.
Loral now removing a twist cap, an NZGL, which stands for NASA Zero Gravity Lever.
Camera views of the bag being at the Sarge work site. So if you want to look around, we saw it earlier. So if you want to kind of retrace your paths back to CP8 and kind of around that work site to see if you can get your eyes on crew lock bag P.
Okay, copy. Good news. Okay, so you want me to go do that now?
Yep, I think Laurel's got the connections, and so we'll give a good effort to find that crew lock bag.
Copy. And I have the twist cap off.
Now that the work with the pistol grip tool is complete, O'Hara is removing these caps.
And it's back in the spare bag.
Okay.
Yeah, bag.
And sorry, are both caps back in?
Nope, working on the second one.
Copy.
She will then mate one NASA Zero Gravity Lever to the Solar Array Rotary Joint.
Okay, I'm headed back inboard.
After this work is complete, she will reinstall the Sarge cover removed at the beginning of this spacewalk.
All of our connections are working there.
Those caps are back in the bag.
Okay, copy. At this time, we'll take a good inspection on the receptacle and the NZGL. And then we're going to mate the TBA NZGL to the SARG receptacle on the inboard side.
Okay, we have good turns with EMI then, no fog. The receptacle is still good. Going.
Copy. You are go to mate.
Copy. My tether's going between my feet again, so just going outboard a bit to try to clear that.
Copy. And Jaws, as you're retracing your steps, if you go up a little bit more towards CP8, we have kind of a video of it earlier getting tacked down to a handrail that's up closer to CP8. So I'd retrace your steps back up that way.
Okay, copy. Yeah, I think I've still got the tether, 50 tether wrapped around my legs.
Okay, copy. Yeah, let's clear that first.
Or behind my back, rather. The NZL is mated full forward over center.
Copy. At this time, we can perform a HECA survey of the TBA work site. And then we're going to be cleaning up our tools from there. Our next step, obviously, is going to be to install that cover. It's a great view, and just make sure we don't have any extra tools or tethers down in that work site. And we're going to stow things back in the ORU bag, and you can report the inventory as you clean up. Don't stow anything inside of the degraded bag, and if something wasn't opened, like crew lock bag T, then we do not need to inventory it.
Copy. Are those views?
And Loral, if you want to transfer your camera to you right now is a good time to do so.
Copy. I will do that. Okay, and so I'm back at my rich man. And transloading towards CP8.
Copy.
And I'm at CP8.
And if you come a little bit ISS inboard and just kind of follow that handrail path, maybe along there.
ISS inboard. Okay, I'm looking inboard. I don't see my bag.
Copy. And we are also checking.
Moghbeli is working to locate her crew lock bag, which she will then take back to the airlock before picking up a new bag in the airlock and heading out to the next work site.
I thought it was this handrail right here.
Yeah, we do, and we're just looking at the video.
Copy.
Hey, John, from where you are, just on the other side of CP8, there's a couple of handrails on the aft side of station that you can kind of reach if you just reach past CP8 right there, and just double check on those. It's just on the other side.
Copy.
Yeah, you see one right there, and then there's one inboard as well. Just want to check both those.
Negative. Start on this one or the one inboard of this one.
Okay, copy, Jaws. We can have you move back down toward your fair lead, and we'll have next steps for you in a minute.
Copy. All right, so for EV2, I am reassembling my TDA bag, and I did not get into the T bag.
Okay.
So that's still intact. My camera is now on my mini workstation, along with the red that it was on in the larger U bag. The trash bag, large trash bag, is back in the TDA bag. I have one wipe on a ret. I have one loose ret, the contingency ret. I have my TDA bag.
Okay, we copy, Loral. And the standby one for Jaws. I'm going to have you pick up your adjustable fair lead, and we're going to have you move in and start getting ready for the SSRMS setup.
Okay, copy. And I'm going all the way back to the airlock, correct?
And that is correct, yes. We're going to go back and retrieve crew lock bag R. So big picture, you're going to be heading back in, picking up your green hook, and then coming down the front of the lab. We're going to do the adjustable fair lead there, and then go back to the airlock to get crew lock bag R.
Copy.
And Loral, as you're cleaning up, reminder that we'll want to know how many used dry wipes are in your large trash bag, if any.
3 hours and 50 minutes into the EVA.
Inside out and then rebundled it.
Okay.
Is that okay, or do you want it in the large trash bag?
Nope, that's a good config.
Copy.
So as you get that buttoned up, just let me know when you're in position to do the Sarge cover, and I'll get steps for you there.
Copy.
And for Jaws, as you head back towards your green hook, reminder, you're going to head back inboard on the zenith side of face 1, come down at bay 16, and inboard to the FHRC, and we'll pick up our green hook there.
Copy.
Moghbeli is heading back to the airlock to retrieve the next crew lock bag that she'll use at the next work site. Meanwhile, Loral O'Hara is continuing work at the Solar Array Rotary Joint.
Okay, we copy. So the next thing we'll do is
Retrieving the cover.
That's it. As you get the cover, just a reminder that these Fairchild fasteners are pretty touchy, so we want to minimize side loading. And what you're going to do is to position Sarge cover 2 into its original orientation with a 2-bolt side inboard. And then you're going to drive 1 turn by hand on each of the cover bolts, 4 of them, not the ones that are next to the tether point, but the other 4. And you have cuff page 6 has all the details for the Sarge cover install.
Okay.
O'Hara continues to work at the Solar Array Rotary Joint location. She's installing the thermal covers that she removed earlier to also expose the Trundle Bearing Assembly, which has also been removed and replaced.
And hey, Loral, before you get that cover on, kind of a fun question. There's a serial number on the mount package, and we were wondering if you could read that to us.
Okay. $9056.
Copy, we appreciate that. Back to plan A, we can install that cover, 1 turn by hand on each of the bolts, the 4 bolts that are not by the tether point.
Right, serial number. I'm kidding.
And as you get this on, we recommend you start with 3A, which is the farthest one away from the tether point.
Okay. Working my way and got my BRT again. Okay, I've got my green hook back.
Okay, copy?
And it is locked.
Yes, good check. I was just about to say that. So you can go inboard to the lab struts. Those are mile marker about 7680, and you're going to go a nadir on the port side lab struts, and then cross over starboard on that gap spanner, and you'll be looking for handrails 252.
Copy. Okay, going down the port strut.
Copy, have you coming down the strut, and then we're going to cross over that gap spanner to 252, and you're going to be doing it a rich man's fair lead on 252.
Copy, 252. Loral, you doing okay? I'm good.
On the right side of your screen, Loral O'Hara works to re-secure the SARJ Solar Array Rotary Joint cover that was removed earlier to allow access for removal and replacement of the Trundle Bearing Assembly, which has been successfully completed. Meanwhile, Jasmin Moghbeli is heading back to the airlock. She'll retrieve a new crew lock bag, essentially a tool bag. The next big task for these crew members is to start work on the RFG, that's the radio frequency group. Steve Bowen and Sultan Al-Nayati had some trouble with this RFG earlier this year on a spacewalk. The crew members won't have time to fully remove the RFG today. However, they will remove a couple of clamps that are attached and put it in a good configuration for removal on a future spacewalk. We're coming up on 4 hours since the start of the spacewalk this morning at 7:05 a.m. Central.
Bravo. I went for a bolt of opportunity.
Okay, bolt of opportunity, we'll take it.
Really tricky to get my hand. Okay, 2 Alpha's hand started as well.
Copy, nicely done.
I will work on 3 Alpha and 3 Bravo. Over.
Just over 4 hours into today's spacewalk. Again, that's starting at 7:05 a.m. Central Time.
Transfer lead on 252.
Okay, and if you just look up and left, we're just seeing your safety tether. Maybe that's your expected routing, but your safety tether kind of goes up above your head, and then it's just kind of caught a little bit on the MLI on that strut. So just make sure that's at a good config.
If I can. Yeah, I mean, I think that will release at the end of the EVA when I head back. Like once I go outboard of that MLI.
Yeah, we concur. So you can go ahead and take the gap spanner now down to the front side of ESP2 and around ESP2 back toward the airlock, just keeping in mind that your tether's going to be pulling in a different direction than usual.
Okay, copy.
Hey, big picture for both of you. We're about 4 hours into the EVA. We're about 30 minutes down on the updated timeline. But just for awareness, because we're not going to be bringing the RFG back in, we're going to forgo ARM operations for today. We are going to have you access the backside of the RFG, and we're going to work those wedge clamps, but we're not going to set up the APFR to do so.
Copy. Okay, copy. And which one of these? Oh, never mind. They were both of these bolts were engaged earlier.
Yes, we believe so. Actually, we think that 3 Alpha was not engaged initially.
Okay, that's what I'm. Are we trying to re-engage it, or am I just going for 3 Bravo?
If we can engage all of them, that's great. If you are not able to access that, then that's okay too.
Copy. I can. I'm not sure if 3. If I can push the bolt just kind of all the way down into the hole. So I'm not sure if I can do that with all of them.
Okay. No, that makes sense. And we're talking about it right now to get the steps for the PGT. Just as you know, these bolts are kind of touching, so the concern is kind of stripping them or breaking them with any side loading on the bolts if we don't already have the first thread in. So that's why why we've got these hand turns first. But stand by one, and I'll get you the words for PGT.
I feel like, especially with 3 Bravo, there's this piece of MLI right here, so it's hard to come straight in and not put head loads on the bolts with my hand, with the size of my glove.
Copy, and that may be the issue why 3 Alpha wasn't done in the first place. So we've rediscovered MLI problems.
Yeah, there's the lip on the cover frame for both of them, and then MLI for Bravo. Like, it was easy to get 2A and 2B.
Okay, copy. We understand you've got a hand start on 2A and 2B, and that not yet on 3A and 3B.
I think that 1A, 1 Alpha, 1 and Bravo will be similarly challenging as Alpha and 3 Bravo.
We're talking about it, Loral.
Okay.
Okay, Loral, we can switch to the PGT at this time. So you can get your PGT. We're going to go Alpha 1, clockwise 2. And again, very touchy bolts, so if you could make sure that we're putting downward pressure on them, no side loads, and we really want to make sure that that bolt is in the receptacle prior to turns.
I copy.
Loral O'Hara continues work reattaching the Solar Array Rotary Joint cover that she removed earlier to access the Trundle Bearing Assembly. That assembly has been successfully removed and replaced. Additionally, Moghbeli earlier removed the H fixture that will allow for a future International Space Station rollout solar array installation. Moghbeli also completed the Ethernet cable untwisting task.
I have eyes on the onion pin. And around the aft side of SP2.
Copy, great view. And you guys are just about to come down the west coast of the U.S.
Copy. And say again, settings, I've got Alpha 1.
Affirmative. Alpha 1, clockwise 2, and we're only going to go for the 4, not the ones by the tether point quite yet. So 3A, 3B, 2A, 2B.
See?
And you're going to drive 2 turns, exactly 2 turns.
That'd be 2 turns.
And to And Loral, just to clarify, you're going to do exactly 2 turns on the ones that you were able to hand start, and you're going to go 3 turns exactly on the ones that you were not.
Okay, copy. Do you think it would be helpful to do those 2 turns on the 2 I was able to hand start first? Just to help align the other ones, or is it better to have some play these fasteners?
And yeah, going after the ones that you did not hand start may be advantageous. And Jaws, we see you back at the airlock.
Okay. And I'm good to open thermal cover?
You're good to open the thermal cover.
That'd be interesting, the airlock.
This view from Jasmin Moghbeli's helmet camera as she has made it back into the airlock. She's going to be retrieving the crew lock bag you see there at the top left before moving out to the next work site. The next work site will be the RFG release. The crew members will not be removing the RFG entirely today. That stands for Radio Frequency Group, but will be preparing it for removal on a future spacewalk.
You'll be retrieving crew lock bag R, and you're going to keep the large small ret on the crew lock bag.
Copy. I'm not getting any engagement in these bolts.
Okay, copy.
I wonder if the socket is too deep so that it's not applying any downward force on the bolt. It's spring loaded.
Okay. Copy. And you may need to just push on the cover as well, because the cover is probably going to pull that bolt back a little bit. And you may need your end effector to react against.
Okay. Yeah.
And you may be able to use your end effector on that tether point of the adjacent one if you want to be kind of right next to it.
Okay.
Disregard that suggestion. But there is the handrail right there.
Oh. Okay, copy. Yeah, it's where I want my end effector. Hopefully it's not interfere. challenge with the PDC is that getting in close enough that I can push the cover down.
Yeah, copy. I don't know if going body up may help to try to be able to pull against the seat handrail while pushing the PGT.
Well, I can push the PGT. Were you saying to push the cover down as well?
Yeah, if we need it. We're just wondering if the kind of the memory on the cover is preventing the bolt from getting close to the threads.
Yeah. Got it. What do you think about trying the 2 Alpha, 2 Bravo?
And we are good with that. Just a reminder, 2 turns.
Copy.
Hand over.
As heard called to the crew, we're in another satellite handover and we'll regain video and audio communications with the space station shortly. Loral O'Hara continues to reinstall the solar array rotary joint cover that was removed earlier today. We're now 4 hours and 16 minutes into the spacewalk. Moghbeli has made her way back to the airlock to retrieve a crew lock bag for the next task.
Copy.
Two turns on 2 Bravo. And this isn't the final turns, right?
Yeah,
Not flush
that's
yet.
correct. Just the 2 turns.
Okay. All right. Let's see.
And so at this time, just for big picture, we need 3 turns on 3 bolts in order for it to be able to remove that tether. And so we can try to hand start or PGT start any of the other 4 for a total of 3 turns.
Even 1 Alpha or Bravo?
Yes, if you can access those around the tether, then yes, you can try those.
Great. And the thermal cover is closed. RFG bag is on my ERT, checking my safer handles now.
Copy.
Right side is down.
Copy, right side down. We'll also take a glove and a hat when you're done with the left side check.
Copy. Okay, left side is down.
Copy, and a glove and a hat, please.
Cap is dry. I try moving my BRT.
Copy,
and
Laura.
going heads up like you suggested. Do you want gloves or good?
Copy, gloves. At this time, you can translate back to the ESP2 work site. Reminder that you've got the ESP2 setup steps. There are going to be some variation since we're not using the arm, but those should be obvious. So we're going to translate starboard around ESP2, and we're going to tack that crew lock bag down on handrail 8007.
Copy. 8007.
As you heard from Ground IV and McLean, speaking with O'Hara and Moghbeli.
Just after the RFG.
Yeah, copy.
The crew will not be using the Canadarm2 today to assist them in the RFG removal. That's radio frequency group. And again, due to the difficulties that were experienced today, the crew members won't remove the RFG entirely, but instead will prepare it for removal on a future spacewalk.
Okay, seatbelt, safety tethers. And I will try to say either of both of them.
Copy.
Okay, looking for 8007 on the port side.
And that's on the starboard side. It should be just after the RFG.
Sorry. Starboard is what I meant. Thank you.
You were going to the right place.
Yeah.
It's not a bad translation without the pool NBL structure in the way, huh?
Yeah, it's definitely better. Okay, I'm at 8007.
And Laurel, Jaws is in a good breakout position. We want to know your opinion on whether it's you think it'd be helpful to get these remainder bolts with both of you working on it.
I don't think so. My feeling. It's just, I mean, one person could hold the panel down, I guess, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure how much leverage they could get on it while someone's also in there with the PG or even just their hands.
Okay,
I think I'm in a better position now to have one hand on the PG.
Okay. Let us know how that one works, just for your awareness. We've got your heck off again.
Okay, copy.
All right, for Jaws, if you want to retrieve the large small ret from that crew lock bag, and you can connect the small hook to the inner stanchion of the starboardmost spare joint fram handrail, just one of those handrails that's in between the RFG and just aft of it.
The small hook goes to that handrail, the large to 8007, correct?
Yeah, that's correct. The large or the small hook on the stanchion, and then the large hook can stay on 8007. That's what we're going to use once we pull the MLI back.
That copy, and my TCV is set to 4.
Copy EV1, TCV 4.
Okay, I got 1 Alpha driven 2 turns to PTT.
Copy 1 Alpha has 2 turns.
I'm going to go for 1 Bravo. And I have 1 Bravo driven with 2 turns.
Okay, copy. Nice work.
Thanks. Nice job, Loral.
Yeah, very nice job, Loral. Do you think
Finally
that
managed to get in the right position.
we'd like to give the old college try on the 3s again, if you think you can get in a good potty position for those?
Okay. Copy.
And for Jaws, in case you get done with that tether and we're talking, your next step after that is going to be to release the quarter turn fasteners. There's a total of 10 on them around the RFG.
Copy. Okay, the RFG bag is stowed on 8007. Secure.
Copy.
And it's just a temp stow, so I don't need to really tack it down, or?
Yeah, but it's a temp stow location because we actually move it to another location if we were going to do the RFG remove. We'll probably, we may leave it there for now, so however you think it's secure.
Okay, copy. Okay, and it looks like I was able to start 3 Bravo.
We are going to start engraving the trophy down here.
The Alpha seems to just... I don't know about that. Wow. And then we also have the one that I loosened on cover 3.
Yes, we are tracking that one. How many turns did you get on the hand start?
That one? I haven't done anything with the cover 3-1 Alpha.
Oh, no, sorry.
Or, sorry, 1 Bravo. And then the other, for 3 Bravo, I put 2 turns with the PGT.
Okay, 3 Bravo, you got 2 turns with the PGT. So we got 2 turns on the 1s and the 3 Bravo. 3 Alpha, we have no turns on, and we have a total of 3 turns on the 2s.
Correct. And I'm not sure why, but I thought there should be another adjustable on the outside of this deck, but there's just 1 integral, so it's stowed by that.
Okay, yeah, that's a good config for the temp stow.
Okay, copy. Okay, and this small hook is coming over to the joint next to the RFG.
Okay, copy. For Loral, if you could try 2 turns with the PGT on 3 alpha.
Okay, I did, but probably can try.
And say again last, Loral?
One feels very. I did try 2 turns on 3 alpha, but I can try again if you like.
No, we don't need to retry it. So we'll go on to the final torquing.
Okay.
So we're going to access the ones first, so the ones closest to the tether point. And you are go to release your tether. And we're going to drive.
Okay, I'll just keep driving. And I'll get the tether. That's okay?
Sure. As long as it's not in your way. So we got alpha 1 clockwise 2.
Not my way.
And we're going to drive to torque on the ones.
Okay, copy. I've got alpha 1, clockwise 2 set, and I'm driving to torque.
Good read back.
Just over 4 hours and 30 minutes into today's spacewalk, Loral O'Hara reinstalling the Solar Array Rotary Joint cover.
Okay, I put 5 turns on alpha 1. Green light, torque 2.4.
Copy 2.4.
This view from helmet camera of Jasmin Moghbeli, who is at the RFG, the radio frequency group, and working to remove some fasteners. Again, we won't be removing the entire RFG today as was planned. However, they will put it into a good configuration for future removal.
Green light, torque 2.4.
We copy all. Those are good bolts for 1A and B. So again, same PGT setting, alpha 1 clockwise 2, and you're going to drive to torque 3 alpha 3 bravo, 2 alpha 2 bravo.
Okay, we didn't start 3 alpha, so I'm going to do same. Could you repeat that?
Yep, and Loral, sorry, I was just double checking that. So your alpha 1 clockwise 2, you do not need to worry about bolt 3 alpha, the one that we couldn't get hand started, but we will hit the cover 3 bolt with that same alpha 1 clockwise 2.
Okay, copy.
And Jaws, nice work on the quarter turn fasteners. We see you making your way around there.
Okay. I came off, I think it was 4 turns, but it may have been 3 turns, but I got 2.3 torque and a green light.
Okay, copy. And what bolt was that?
That was 3 bravo.
3 bravo, copy.
And are we still moving the adjustable from the MLI to the clamshell? Or are we foregoing that?
Checking. And yeah, Jazz, we are going to move that adjustable so that we can get the MLI open. So you'll, it should be looped through on the clamshell, so you can release the equipment hook from the MLI tent and put it on the clamshell handhold strap and cinch it down.
Okay, copy. Just trying to make sure I release the right thing. Okay, it looks like this one.
Yeah, so the expected config is that it's looped around the clamshell handholds and attached to itself, and then the hook is on the MLI tent. So we're looking at that hook that's on the MLI tent. We'll remove and put it on the other clamshell one where the wire tie is.
And real quick, am I go to drive 2 Alpha and 2 Bravo? A and 2B?
Yes, you are, and we're also going to do the Alpha 1 clockwise 2 on the cover 3 bolt. So yes, you are go for 2A and 2B.
Copy. Way. About 3.5 turns. Light 2.4 torque.
We copy?
As we wait to regain communications from video on the International Space Station, this is the International Space Station Flight Control Room in Houston, Texas.
And Loral, did you say that was a 2.3 torque?
Confirm.
Okay, good bolts. Nice work. So if we can go for the bolt on cover 3.
Okay, copy. Bolt on cover 3. And is that the torque, or do you want me to put the initial 2 turns on it?
Checking. And you can go ahead and drive at the torque, Loral.
That was 7 turns, 0.3 torque.
Copy. Thank you. That leads us in a great config out there. Really great work on that cover, Loral. You got some happy people down here.
Excellent.
So this time we can stow your PGT. I think you did move the base of the RET, so we'll transfer that RET back onto your swing arm. And you'll be picking up the ORU bag and then just doing a nice good scan to make sure we didn't leave any tools or tethers out there. And we would also love a glove and hat check from you, Loral.
Okay. I'll stow my PGT and then take it up. EV2 nominal gloves and a dry hat.
Copy. Thank you for keeping me out of trouble, Loral.
Okay, and just so you're aware, so the adjustable equipment tether it's disconnected from the MOI, but I think I need to attach it when I go around the other side.
Okay, we understand. And Judge, if it's easier, you can rotate that clamshell. And if you remember, one of the things that we were going to do is kind of fit check for the snugness on that. And so if you do end up rotating it, we'd love your words on that for awareness for next time.
Okay, copy. Okay, 6 quarter turn fasteners done so far.
Copy.
And now 8.
Copy, 8 quarter turn fasteners.
Right. I have that back on my mini workstation where it started. And I think next I'm ready to pick up my barrel leads for my safety tether.
We concur.
And then pick up the trundle bearing bag.
Yep, that's correct. We're going to get the large ORU bag on your BRT, and then you've got, we're counting the 1 fair lead, and then before you get back to your green hook.
Copy. Okay, and all 10 quarter turn fasteners have been released.
Copy that you have all of the quarter turn fasteners released, and were you able to reattach that adjustable?
No, I'm going to get it when I go back around.
Okay, I got you. So our next steps are going to be to remove that MLI tent from the SASA, and so you'll from whatever angle you can, it kind of opens like a book to the aft side.
Copy.
This view from Moghbeli's helmet camera as she works to remove the MLI or multi-layer insulation cover from the RFG. You also heard McLean reference the SASA, that's the S-band antenna subassembly.
And Jazz, as you're accessing the RFG, this will be our first look at that Z93 paint. If you have any words on the condition of it, or if you see any flaking, just let us know.
Okay, copy. I'll take a good look. So far, it looks pretty good.
Copy.
Now at 4 hours and 45 minutes into the spacewalk, O'Hara has completed the trundle bearing assembly removal, lubrication, and replacement, and has reinstalled the Solar Array Rotary Joint thermal cover. She'll now move to help Moghbeli on this radio frequency group work. Again, 2 crew members, Steve Bowen and Sultan Al-Nayati, worked to remove this earlier this year, but ran into some unexpected issues. The crew today will not be able to remove it either, but are putting it in a good configuration for removal on a future spacewalk.
Some words for both of you while you're working those steps. JAWS CP8, we just got a good checkout on it. The pan and tilt is working. We're not seeing any of the problematic areas that we did before. So nice work on the cable.
Awesome, good news. Nice job.
Loral, for you, big picture, the steps that JAWS is working through are mostly one-person tasks, and so for your next steps, we're going to have you take that large ORU bag all the way back to the airlock and then stow it inside the airlock and get the bolt puller on the way. And also on the way, we're going to have you do the SETA brake handle get ahead.
Okay, copy.
As was shared with the crew members, the tasks that Jasmin Moghbeli is working on right now don't require a second set of hands. Therefore, Loral O'Hara is going to move to working on a get-ahead task.
Long wire tie is still fully installed on the clamshell.
It is.
Good news.
Is that a good view?
That's a great view.
As Moghbeli works to prepare the RFG for removal on a future spacewalk, O'Hara is moving to the starboard portion of the International Space Station to work on the SETA, or Crew Equipment in Translation Aid cart. She's going to be reconfiguring a brake handle at that location.
All right, I have the TDA bag on my ERT.
Okay, copy, Laurel. One good last look at the work site, make sure everything's picked up, and you go to translate inboard and retrieve your green hook below the FHRC at mile marker 9180.
Copy. Work site looks good and clear. I'm picking up my waist tether, translating inboard.
Copy.
We're in another satellite handover and will regain communications with the space station shortly.
At my green hook location.
Copy. And we just came out of a handover, but I think I copied Laurel saying you have your green hook.
I do.
Okay, you go to translate inboard to the CETA brake handle location. This is the starboard CETA cart on the portinator brake handle.
Okay. And I said I just got my green hook location. I'm now picking up my green.
Okay, copy, Laurel. Thanks.
I've got my green hook back on my red reel.
Okay, we understand you have a green hook, and we do have video back. I see you at 3651.
And that adjustable is now tight around the clamshell as well.
Okay, copy, John. So you can work that MLI back, and reminder it kind of moves to the back, and then we're going to roll it, and then use the large hook. And there are some soft tether points that are just inside the bolted side of the MLI on the RFG, and that large hook from 8007 goes over the MLI and can kind of tack it down.
Okay, copy.
Loral, so you going inboard. Reminder, as you go past the port seat of cart, that we'd like you to depress the seat of brake handles a couple of times on the port seat of cart as you make your way to the starboard one.
Copy.
And sorry, just to clarify, that's the brake release pedals, not the handles.
Copy. Mile marker 816.
Copy. And 7890 Laurel is about where you'll start running into port seat of cart.
Okay, I'm at the port seat of cart.
Copy. You can just depress the brake release pedals twice and continue inboard to the starboard seat of cart.
Copy. That's 2 presses on the port seat of cart. All right, I'm at the starboard seat of cart.
Okay, copy. You're at the starboard seat of cart. So just to orient you to the work site, on the Nader port brake handle, you'll see is bent over at a 90-degree angle-ish.
Yep, I'm here and I see it.
All right. And I think it is about exactly 90. Yep, so we're going to straighten it, slide the collar over. You're going to straighten it, then slide the collar over the joint, and then you're going to rotate that collar to engage the pin in the jig groove.
Wait.
All right, and then we'll just point that brake toward the MT. That took just a little less time than the TBA.
Release. Okay, and that's pointed towards the MT. Do we have a heck view or any camera view?
We can, and
Pointed,
that's, we are...
it's still below the cedar rail, but pointed towards it.
Yep, and that's a great config, Loral.
Go ahead. Okay, and that's MLI is tended back.
Okay, Jasmin, we hear that the MLI is tended back.
Yeah, you have a view.
Okay, and do you have a good view of the aft side of the RFG where those wedge clamps are?
Stand by one.
Copy, and for Loral, you're heading back to the airlock, picking up the bolt pullers that are on the toolbox on the way.
Okay. Copy. Okay, I'm looking at I can see 4 of them clearly. The center one is hard to see.
Okay, and what we're looking for, we'd like an inspection on the status of RTV on those wedge clamp nuts.
All right, so pull the MLI back for the nuts, correct?
And yes, there is an MLI that goes around the mounting plate.
EV1, I'm just on the port side of the seated cart now. I'm going to get my TBA bag into a really better config. I start heading major.
Okay, we copy.
Now over 5 hours into today's spacewalk. Jasmin Moghbeli, whose camera view you have on the left, and you can see there, is wearing the red stripes as EV1 today, continues work on the RFG, the radio frequency group. It was planned to be removed in this spacewalk. However, the spacewalkers will configure it for removal on a future EVA. Meanwhile, NASA's Loral O'Hara has completed a get-ahead task on a crew equipment and translation aid cart.
All right. My waist tether. Getting back under the cart. Copy.
Additionally, today the crew has removed and replaced the Trundle Bearing Assembly.
And I don't know if you've got a good heck of view, but I would say it's probably the overestimate base of RTV.
Okay, yeah, we don't have a good view just because it's night and it's a little bit dark, but if you can do photos, if there's some flash on there, and any descriptive words we'll definitely take.
Copy. And I would say about 1 centimeter depth of RTV on each one, and just fully white.
Okay, copy, Johns. We are going to have you try.
Can you guys tell me about?
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Ann. I can hold for a second.
Okay, I was just going to let Jaws know we are going to have you try to remove some of that RTV. So if you want to go to the crew lock bag R and pick up the EVA needle nose pliers.
Okay, I'll just get some photos first.
As Moghbeli is at the...
if it's doable, you can get both the needle nose pliers and the dyno cutters. Otherwise, we think maybe the needle nose pliers may be sufficient.
Copy.
Moghbeli is now at the RFG, the radio frequency group. Again, we were looking to remove this today. However, she is going to start that process by removing some RTV. This is a liquid silicone rubber that solidifies at room temperature.
A tether snarl as I'm coming down the seat. Bring back. Yeah.
Okay, copy, Loral.
Here. Oh, and it looks like mine on that same MLI. Again. I'm going to continue heading.
Copy, Loral. And we did know when Jaws tacked down her safety tether on 252 on the top of the lab, there was a loop of safety tether on some MLI on one of the struts, and that might be what you're seeing too.
Yes. There's an open TA clamp that it was snagged on.
We copy.
And for those needle nose pliers, you just want them on me?
Yes, you can just stow them on your MWS.
And try. Okay, and I might go to start trying to remove this, or?
Yeah, so for the words, we think if you use the meaty part of the pliers instead of the end, then hopefully it'll come off in kind of a bigger chunk, and you want to have your trash bag ready to place any remnants in.
Okay, copy. Okay, and confirm this plan is still for me to sew this TDA bag at the airlock?
Yes, you'll be picking up the dyno cutters and, the bolt pullers that are on that toolbox, and we're going to stow both the large ORU bag and the bolt pullers back in the airlock.
Okay, copy. and there's no reason I need to transfer this to me, right? I can leave it on the cigarette.
Yeah, Jazz, that's no problem. If they can reach and stay tethered to the bag, that's fine.
Okay, copy.
On the right side of your screen is Loral O'Hara's camera view. She has moved back to the airlock. She'll be stowing a bag there and picking up some new tools. Jasmin Moghbeli is going to be starting the RTV removal. That's room temperature vulcanizing. It is the liquid silicone rubber that solidifies at room temperature. And removing this RTV should make it easier to remove the entire radio frequency group on a future spacewalk.
Hey, Laurel, I see you. Okay, can you see my tether pack? Standby one. Yeah, it's up. I see it. Yeah, it's going behind your legs and right under your plit. Okay, that's what I thought. I think if I go straight down to the airlock, though, I can clear that. Stand by. I actually don't have a good view right now. So, because it's not on the back of your foot. So I'm not going to be able to twist to get rid of it. I don't think so. I mean, if you can get your legs under it, yeah. All right, so the bolt cutters are on and adjustable, and I am ready to do one of the D-rings on the adjustable, and so I'm just going to release one of the hooks.
Copy, we concur.
And I will just send it down to the airlift.
For both of your awareness, we're about 1 minute from a handout, and we're sitting just over 5 hours of PET. Hard to determine ahead and behind since we're kind of in different procedures, and we're talking about what we'll do for the remainder of the time, but the limiting consumable is still EV2 battery.
Copy.
Then, Jazz, if you need to lock out that ret so you don't get the pull on the tools, you can.
Okay.
5 hours and 15 minutes into today's spacewalk.
So I'm trying to
And we're back with you both after the handover. We don't have a video yet, but we're tracking Jaws working the RTV and Laurel getting back to the airlock to stow the tools. For big picture for you all, we have about 40 to 45 minutes to work with the RFG. So Laurel, when you stow those items in the airlock, we'll have you go and assist Jaws over at the RFG. And what we'd like to do is get as much data as we can. If we can get the RTV removed, that's a win. If we can get the RFG wrench and the ratchet wrench out and try to undo some of the bolts, that would also be a win. So any of the data we can gather about the RFG task would be great.
Copy. Okay, I'm back at the airlock and ready to open the thermal cover.
You are go to open the thermal cover.
O'Hara is back at the airlock. She will stow an orbital replacement unit bag inside before moving to the RFG, the radio frequency group, where Moghbeli is currently working.
And you said to use the thicker part?
Yeah, what we're thinking about when we tried this on the ground was that if you use kind of the thicker part of the needle nose pliers instead of the end, that it's more likely to come off in one big chunk rather than a bunch of little pieces.
Okay, it's pretty hard to have my trash bag out, and I'm like pretty nervous about my TGT hitting the low gain here.
And Jaws, can you just give us a status? Have you been able to pull any of the RTV off?
No, I've tried on a couple, but nothing has come off.
Okay, we copy.
Loral, are you still at the airlock? Yes. Copy. The trundle bag is in the airlock. And I'm dropping the bolt cutters off here as well, right?
That's correct. The bolt pullers will stay in the airlock. But speaking of cutters, for JAWS, we think that maybe if you try the dyno cutters, we may have a little better luck on the RTV.
Yeah, and when I tried the dyno cutters during the OSB the other day, it was really hard to get a grip at all on them and have any sort of accuracy.
Okay.
So I'm just trying to get in a better body positioning here.
Copy. And if you have any recommendations,
it's hard to get in a position where I'm not hitting.
Yeah, that makes sense. And if you can't get to the perfect to spot, any words that you have that can help us develop this one for the next time, we'll definitely take, whether there's a tool you wish you had or a body position that you wish you could get into.
I mean, I do think if were in the arm and more stable, it would potentially be possible. But right now, I think even if I drop a CRT, I'm afraid I'm going to hit this low gain antenna.
Okay, we copy.
I'm kind of wedged between this, the whip extender and the high gain. And then, I mean, if I stow my trash bag, at least it's not sticking out. But then I have nowhere to put the RTV.
Copy. And Laurel's just getting out of the airlock, and I'll be over there in a minute if she could assist in either doing the cutters or holding a trash bag.
Okay, copy. And do you have a good view now on the Hecka?
We do. It's not quite the angle that gives us a good insight onto the RTV and the bolts.
Okay. Right now.
Yeah, we're looking, Joss. Okay, hey, Jaws, we're thinking that we'd like to see if we can fit check the RFG wrench. So that is in the crew lock bag, and especially on that middle one, that's a little bit of a challenge to access. We're wondering if you could get the RFG wrench out of the crew lock bag and give us a good fit check on that middle bolt.
Copy. Let me just try one more time with the RTV from this location. I don't have my truss rug out. Okay, EV2, I've got the bolt pullers out in the airlock. Copy. And one of the UIA, half UIA rings. I need to figure out this tether snarl before I head that way, I think. unless there's a clean way for me to clear it en route. Oh, Jazz, I might need you to come look. I might. Okay. Bye. Okay, Loral, I can see, I think if you rotate, you yaw to your left, okay, and just yaw all the way around. Copy. I was thinking it might be easy to do in here. Okay, I see your tether coming up. Now you should see it off your left. Crossing, I think it's crossing. See it now? Right by the, it's just coming out the airlock. Yep, good. You look good. Okay, thanks. That. Okay, down, so I'll grab the RFG wrench. And I'm still not seeing it in a good, you're not? Hang on. Back. Got my green tether reel right in front of me. I see it off your left side, under your BRT, your tether pack. Is it trapped in my BRT or? Rotate towards your head, like a roll. Right? Oh yeah, okay. If you bring your left arm, yeah, it's under your BRT. So, rotate off the right. Okay. That'll clear it. And basically just keep doing that. So it comes. Okay, now do you see it? On your left side? Clear? Yeah, but it should be on my right side. It's coming in front of your body and under your BRT, that's all. So, okay.
So Loral, it may
now from this view, but
for Loral, it may give you a little bit of space if you want to translate a little bit away from your anchors. We see the thermal cover closed.
Okay.
We're just going to be cleaning up from here. Loral or Jaws is not too far behind you, and as you translate away, you might be able to clean that up a little bit. It may also help if you undo your BRT from its stowed position. But Jaws, if you want to translate over and help her clear that, but big picture, what we're going to be doing is just cleaning up the MLI on the RFG, and then we're going to be picking up the fair lead on top of the lab and then ingressing.
Copy. Okay, copy. I see, yeah. Yeah, if you unstill your BRT, Loral, okay, and pull it, kind of up and forward, okay? Sorry, I can't see now that you've rotated. Oh. If you come back to the But if you do that, I think you'll be able to see it. Oh, yeah, I see it. It was caught in my BRT. Okay, yeah, it's clear now. So, I think I need to undo my BRT. Thanks. I think I've got it from here, though. Okay, copy.
And
can you say one more time? Do you want me to try an RFG wrench before I pack this bag?
no, we're just going to pack up that bag, but we would like to ask you for a couple of photos of that aft part of the RFG before you put the MLI back on, and then we'll get everything back into the crew lock bag, and then we'll kind of undo everything we did with the MLI, tacking those quarter turn fasteners back down, moving the AET, and then we'll be heading back in.
Okay, copy. Right, and EV2 is back in a good config.
Excellent, Laurel. Nicely done. So if you want to assist with the RFG cleanup and getting the MLI back over, you're welcome to translate out to the nadir side of ESP2.
Copy.
Yep, so just for next steps, Jaws will have you take a few of those pictures. We don't need an inventory of the bag. We just like a visual confirmation that all the tools are stowed back in the bag. And then Laurel will have you and Jaws both do the MLI on the RFG, reset that to a good position, and then Laurel can take the crew lock bag back to the airlock, and Jaws can go pick up her adjustable on the top of the lab and head back to the airlock.
Copy. Copy. I have arrived at RFG. Copy. Jaws, I'm just at your head. What's that? I said I'm just at your head. Oh, okay, I see you. So what would be helpful to do? Are you able to go through that gap? Yes, I think so. You go that way and start working the MLI. Actually, are you able to get photos from where you are? I need to get farther away. I could take some photos here.
In this view, Jasmin Moghbeli EV1 is up toward the top of the screen with the red stripe on her spacesuit.
Just a reminder to reinstall that mounting plate MLI before the larger MLI.
Copy.
Loral O'Hara, who is EV2 today, is down toward the middle of the screen wearing no stripes on her suit. Both crew members are now at the RFG, the radio frequency group.
tether keeps pulling me back that way.
And correction to my last, after the photos, you do not need to install that mounting plate to MLI, just the large tent.
Okay, copy. I got some far out photos. Copy.
The crew members will soon begin wrapping up for the day, now 5 hours and 37 minutes into the spacewalk.
I will head between the SSRMS elbow, chair C. What you're thinking? Yeah. And I'll release this large small. And does the adjustable need to go back on to the MLI?
Yeah, affirmative, so that where you took it off of the MLI tent, we'll have that hook go back to the MLI and cinch it down.
Okay, copy. Guys, I think it's a little, well, it's what? Oh, that translation? I got it. My safety tether is going under it. My arm is way too loose, and so Jazz, I think this is a tight translation path. I'm going to come around. Okay, copy. The nominal way, like had me going for the procedure. Yeah, that sounds good. Now move this way. Totally doable.
And Loral, when you get a chance, I forgot to ask you, when you egress the airlock to do a safer handle check, we can see your left one is down, but if you can do a right safer handle check for us, please.
Okay, copy. Down.
Copy, good check, thanks.
Okay. You want to work your way around the other side, and I can follow you on these? Yeah, that sounds good. I was just going to try to get one on so it's big, but... Okay. Let me grab my sugar. Okay, I'm around the turning pin.
Coming up on 5 hours and 45 minutes into today's spacewalk, which started at 7:05 a.m. Central Time. Jasmin Moghbeli is reinstalling some multi-layer insulation covering over the RFG. That's the radio frequency group. The crew members are essentially wrapping up their tasks for today and will begin starting to move toward the airlock soon.
Okay, 2 of the 4 are done on this side. Okay, copy. Let me get these 3. I got 2 on this side. Copy. Like, do they turn all the way? So, yeah, they should turn quarter turn. You've got to get it right in the middle. It's tricky. Yeah. I'll be started, but not actually all the way to quarter. No, I'm underneath.
And Loral, from your current position, you may have a target of opportunity in front of you to do the AET repositioning that's on the side of the clamshell. It's kind of off your left shoulder right now.
Copy.
Nice work on those quarter turn fasteners. That's an exciting task at the end of a long EVA, but you guys are doing great.
Okay, I've got one more. The 3, I've done 3 total. And my com cap or the headband is starting to slide over my eyes. Okay, are you still good? You can still see? I can still see.
Okay, you may be able to kind of push it up by putting your back on the back of the helmet.
That's what I'm doing.
Okay, for Loral, we'd like you to pick up the crew lock bag that's by your right hand, and you can start heading back toward the airlock.
Copy.
And if you have any issues seeing or if it falls over your eyes a little bit more, we want you to put down a local wherever you are.
Copy. Loral, sorry, Josh. No, it's okay. Just what's the status on that side? There are 2 done and 1 is still just in line. Which one? The one on your right side or your left? Or the farthest on my right? Okay, copy. All right, I'll see you back at the airlock, Loral. Okay. Okay, on the 3, which side am I on right now? The 3 on this side are done, Ann.
Okay, we copy. So the AET moving up by your right hand, we see you getting the Velcro there.
Okay, yeah, the AET I'll do from the other side.
Okay. And can you confirm you got that large small ret that we used to tie back the MLI?
Just the large end is released. I did not get the small. I have not retrieved it yet.
Okay, so that small end is still on the frame handrail.
Yes, that's correct. Unless Loral got it, which I don't believe she did.
Okay, we'll probably have you pick that up, Jaws, as Loral's picking up that crew lock bag.
Okay, copy.
Jasmin Moghbeli continues to secure the multi-layer insulation on the RFG. Loral O'Hara is picking up a crew lock bag down at the bottom of your screen. Once she picks that bag up, she'll start heading into the airlock.
And Laurel, if you see that headband getting worse at all, then just let us know, and we'll go direct back to the airlock and Joss can get the crew lock bag.
Okay, copy. I've got the crew lock bag now.
Okay, nice work. And it is a short translation if you want to just leave it tended to you, your choice.
Okay, I will do that. Have my local picked up. Copy. Found the onion bearing.
And we are in an expected satellite handover. The International Space Station is currently flying 260 statute miles above the Pacific Ocean.
Dan?
And we are back with you after the handover.
Okay, copy. Resisting the adjustable equipment tether is back on the MLI loop.
Copy, nicely done. And so we just need to pick up that large small ret from the handrail and then give a good work site survey, make sure we haven't left any tools or tethers out anywhere.
And there's still, I believe there's still 3 quarter turn fasteners, so two of the 4 on this side, which I'm working on right now. There's one. Almost.
Okay, we copy. Good catch.
And then that one on the starboard side that Loral had a hard time with. Met the airlock.
Copy.
Copy, Loral.
And we just got video back. So for Loral, as you get to the airlock, you'll open up the hatch thermal cover and ingress and attach your waist tether to the airlock D-ring extender. And you can stow that crew lock bag in the airlock.
Okay. Then the plan for me is to stay in there.
That is correct, and Giles will be joining you here in just a few minutes.
Okay, copy. Okay, and those 2 are done.
Okay, we copy, Giles. And Laurel, as you go in, you may want to tuck your PGT a little bit tighter to the right side of your body to get in through the hatch.
Copy. Let's see. Others here.
And it may be easier to do on the way in to get a waist tether on the airlock D-ring extender, and we'll lead gate closed, hooks locked.
Copy. And Laurel, that small quarter turn fastener that you were not able to get, that's the one closest to where it touches, right? I remember that one being tough to get off. Yes. Is it partially engaged? It is not. Okay.
For Jaws.
Right waist tether on the D-ring.
Okay, and confirm hooks and hooks locked.
Okay, close lock.
Copy.
Black on black.
We see that. You go to ingress and pull that crew lock bag in for Jaws. If we can't get that last quarter turn fastener, just do us a favor and make sure that there's no gaps in the MLI or holes letting some sunlight in, and we are going to leave that one unfastened.
Okay, copy. And I'm just going to stay put here and not move. Copy, Loral.
Copy, Loral.
The beautiful blue Pacific Ocean below Jasmin Moghbeli here, as she works on the RFG, the radio frequency group.
I thought I could go through this way, but I think I'll have to go back around.
Okay, and we do not need all of those fasteners, but you just need to grab that large small that should be right next to your right hand.
Yeah, I've got the large small. You want me to go back around and check on the quarter turn fastener? Well, do you know, was the MLI pretty tight? Like on the side I was working on? Yeah, were there any gaps by where that quarter turn fastener was? No, it was tight. That's what was making it difficult to turn the quarter turn fasteners, because you couldn't pull it tight enough. Yeah, you needed a little bit more slack in it to get the quarter turn fastener centered in the hole. Okay, and let me know if you're good with that, or if you want me to go back around.
And we are good with that, Jaws. Thanks for the good check on that. So you can pick up the large small, and then we'll have you trace your path back to lab handrail 252.
Okay, and I've already got the large small.
Copy. Your go to translate back.
6 hours since the spacewalk started today at 7:05 a.m. Central Time. Jasmin Moghbeli is heading back to the airlock to reunite with Loral O'Hara, already inside, as they prepare for final ingress and repressurization.
Okay, I'm translating up the up spinner on the lab.
Copy. We see you. Your only other task after you pick up your adjustable is come up the lab struts. You'll come across face one, and when you're on the starboard CETA cart, we're going to have you depress those brake handles. The brake handle releases, and then before you head back to the airlock.
Okay, copy. Okay, I'm back at my adjustable. And I see that crew lock bag outside. You? Well, it's the crew lock bag I picked up. I thought it followed me in here. Oh, but it's outside the airlock.
And Loral, we can have
Okay,
Jazz
well,
push that in when she gets there.
Push that in too. Okay.
As Moghbeli heads back to the airlock, a recap of what was accomplished on today's spacewalk. Moghbeli started by removing the H fixture in preparation.
Just retrieving my adjustable equipment tether from the fairlead.
Moghbeli started today by removing an H fixture, which will allow for future installation of an iROSA or a rollout solar array. Meanwhile, O'Hara removed a Trundle Bearing Assembly. The team encountered some difficulties, and Moghbeli was able to assist in that task. O'Hara then placed lubricant around the solar array rotary joint before installing a new Trundle Bearing Assembly. These solar array rotary joints help turn the solar arrays to the sun to gather power for the space station. Moghbeli also reconfigured an Ethernet cable to bring it closer to the station structure, and ground teams confirmed they're not seeing any issues they'd previously been experiencing when moving a camera in that area. O'Hara completed a get-ahead of reconfiguring the starboard crew equipment translation aid cart brake handle. The crew then turned their focus to the radio frequency group. It was not fully removed as planned, but surveying that area has put it in a good configuration and helps the team better understand what can be done to remove it on a future spacewalk.
And Loral, just for awareness, are you able to see all of the UIA switches, buttons, and lights?
I am.
Copy, good news, thanks.
Just a precarious position where either the headband or I'm pretty sure that's what it is, but where the comm cap is just sitting kind of on top of my eyes.
Okay, copy. Yeah, so we'll preserve
above my eyes. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, we copy. So we'll just have you stay as still as possible as long as you can see the UIA switches. That was our biggest question. And Giles will be back. She's just leaving the lab now, so she should be back your way in a minute.
Copy. Thank you. Trying to get this large, small rat out of my way. Okay, I'm leaving the lab. Peace.
Copy, Jaws.
Okay, I'm coming under the MT. Oh, I came up.
Copy.
I'm up the wrong steps.
Got some great views of you.
Copy.
And as you come to the CETA cart for the brake pedals, 2 pumps a day keeps the myrrh away. Thank you.
Oh. Oops, sorry. Okay, coming down. Later.
Copy.
Okay, I'm gonna see this for. Okay, on the toolboxes.
Copy. As you come down to the airlock, thermal cover's already open, so we'll make sure that that crew lock bag gets tended back up into the airlock, and then we'll go through the safety tether swap.
Copy.
And we don't need to do any disconnections or anything on the bag, just making sure that it's in and out of your way.
Okay, copy. Okay, I've got a local down, and Loral, the bag's coming to you. Okay, copy.
All right, for Jaws, we have a good safety or waist tether check for Loral, and so you can RET2 EV2's anchor hook on the forward external D-ring and release it.
Copy.
And you're going to be hooking that anchor hook to your waist tether and ensuring that the gates close, sliders lock.
Copy. Okay, I can see my waist tether is closed, hook lock, black on black on my D-ring extender.
Copy?
Okay, that is to my left waist tether.
Copy, and we'll want those gates closed, sliders locked.
Okay, gate closed, slider lock on both hooks.
Copy, you can release your ret from the hook, and then you can release your own anchor from the aft external D-ring and stow it and ingress.
Copy and work. Okay, mine is released. Okay, Laurel, are you ready for me to come in? I am ready. I've got eyes on, there's one crew lock bag. It's a hatchway, which I'm sure you can see. And then the TVA bag is kind of in the same place it was when we left. Okay, I'm coming in feet first, right? And do my... I feel your feet. I feel your feet. Looking good. Okay, I see your waist ring. Sun's hitting, let me tuck in. He is tucked in. Okay, and I get the thermal cover.
Yep, good call. As you ingress, we'll close that thermal cover, and whenever you have a free hand, you can turn off your HECA.
Copy.
As Moghbeli prepares to close the thermal cover, if you look down to the bottom left of the screen,
the thermal cover, you'll release the hook from the stowage tether point and attach it to the magnetic plate D-ring and cinch until 6 lines visible.
Copy. And Laura, let's see. I'm gonna come.
this thermal cover being closed right now is not the airlock hatch itself. That opens inward. We had a view for a moment from Jasmin Moghbeli's helmet camera. Once this thermal cover is secured,
Let me get my HECA.
Copy, and we'll just make
HECA is off.
Copy, and we'll just make sure the magnet is engaged, and then release the hook and move it over to the magnetic plate D-ring.
Copy. Do I need to take my HECA off?
And Laurel, yes, we will have you push your HECA off as well.
with the airlock thermal cover closed,
I'm putting it to the right thing, so. Oh, this comes in. There we go. I was like, where did it go?
the crew members have been informed they can turn off their helmet cameras.
To the magnetic plate D-ring and then cinch until 6 lines visible.
And we are in a satellite handover. We'll regain that comm shortly. Both crew members are now inside the airlock. The spacewalk is not officially complete until repressurization begins.
A little bit? Yeah. Is there a clear bit? Yeah. Yeah. And I'm going to push it a little further so I can get lower. Right. Okay, and I've got it on, but it's twisted, so let me fix that.
Okay, copy.
As Laurel and Jasmin work their way through procedures in the crew lock portion of the Quest airlock, ESA astronaut Andy Moghbeli and JAXA astronaut Satoshi Furukawa will begin working in the equipment lock portion.
4, 5, 6 Sharpies. The magnetic plate doesn't really... Oh, there it goes. Now it's engaged.
Okay, for both of you, you could remove your SCUs from the stowage pouch, remove your DCM cover and Velcro to the DCM, and connect your SCUs. Laurel, if this motion is going to cause the headband to kind of block your view, then just let us know, please.
Copy. Laurel, I'm going to need to get further port. Okay. Let me get this on.
And Jaws, this is where sometimes hooking your end effector to that internal handrail and kind of holding yourself port is sometimes helpful.
In work right now. Thank you. I'm not sure what my are hitting.
And for Laurel, if you wouldn't mind pushing your HECA button one more time for us.
That. And EV2, I have my SCs connected. Jaws, what do you need? What are my, I'm not sure what my feet are hitting. And do you see my pouch? Oh, there it is.
Your feet are hitting the ceiling or the top of the airlock kulak.
Okay, copy.
And that communication coming from inside the space station, Andy Moghbeli now back in touch with the crew.
And then right now you're on the umbilical, the SCU.
Yeah, I know. I need to get more ports. And I'm hitting...
You've got Laurel's umbilical between your legs.
Okay, that's not convenient. Okay, if I go back to starboard. Able to clear that? Can you see it, Laurel? You can't.
Bring your left foot. Can you bring your left foot down? Bend at the knee. And pull it back. It's the left one. Now,
okay.
Now you've trapped it between your 2 feet.
But Laurel, are you able to push those bags a little so I can see? Fun. Okay, Andy, so I've got my left leg bent.
If you can pull your left leg down towards you, bend the knee and pull it towards you, you can almost and try to put the and back at the same time. It's just on your toes now.
Like that?
I think so. I can't really see, but now you might have resolved it. Almost.
Andy, is there anything I can do?
No, it's kind of hard to see, but I think there's enough slack that if you just walk your feet back, I think you'll be okay. I mean, it'll be between your legs, but it shouldn't be the big deal.
I'm hitting something that maybe your bliss, Laurel. I don't know. Might be my. Can you rotate towards and the other way, like against the wall? How about that?
You're hitting her bliss. That's what you're hitting. Your left foot is kicking her the bottom of her bliss.
Is that any better? Okay, I'm going kind of. Yes, I think.
So can you pull your feet down towards the hatch?
Yep, how about that? Just going to see if I can get the problem is trying to undo the Velcro to get this out. Looks like my foot is under an umbilical. You're going to have enough room to move around to do the hatch ups, though. I'm not sure. Maybe work this first. Okay. You can pull the bags out. Yeah. It helps, yeah. That helps. Yeah, thank you.
And just for awareness, when when you get the SCU connected, just because of backflow, Loral, you may get an O2 use high message.
Okay. Okay, my SCU is on and locked.
Okay, copy. A reminder that you could increase cooling on the TCV to a higher number to minimize the risk of fogging. And you can switch your water off.
Copy it.
Off OFF forward. Water off.
Adjust my TCV first. My water is off.
Was that Loral for water off?
Water is off for Loral.
Copy.
Okay, my TCV is set to 6, and water is coming off. Water's off.
Okay, copy. EV1 and EV2 have water off OFF, and we're going to hold here for 2 minutes. So I'm just going to take a quick second to tell you guys, really nice job on the EVA today. The highest priority task was completed. We haven't done checkout yet, but we'll update you when we do. We got the H fixture, we got the CP8 complete with a good checkout, we got a get ahead, and we got a lot of good info for the RFG. Congratulations to you both on your first EVAs. And most importantly, you and the whole team here safely executed a complex and international mission at the edge of what humans are capable of. Nicely done.
Thanks, Anne. I'd like to also thank the entire RFG Retrieval Part 2 EVA team, both on the ground and our crew members on board who helped prepare us. I'd also like to say that, leading up to today, and today is a reminder that space is pretty hard and difficult, and there were a lot of things we needed to adjust to, but the team flexed very well, yet remained steady and grounded, and we appreciate that. And I'd also like to thank my friends and family. This is a very special moment for me, going on my first spacewalk with a good friend and someone I really look up to, Loral. So thank you for giving me this, and thank you to my friends and family. I really believe it takes a village, and I've got a strong village. Sam, thanks for taking care of everything back home. And Zelda and Estelle, Mommy loves you, and I hope this is a reminder that dreams can become reality. And Loral, I know you'd like to say a few words as well. Those are awesome words, Josh. Thanks, Loral. And I feel the same way about this spacewalk with you. And I just wanted to add my own huge thank you to everyone that helped prepare us for today, and not just for today, but all the way since we were ASCANs starting in 2017. Just to all of our systems and task instructors who we owe all of our knowledge, to the suit engineers to ensure we have a safe suit, to all the MBL divers and MBL staff who have seen us in some of our best and also some of our toughest moments in our astronaut careers. And of course the increment team and the EVA team for putting all the pieces of the puzzle today to make this happen. You were all with us here every moment of today, and we really appreciate it. It's a great honor to get to represent you up here and to get to be a part of this team. And I'm very grateful for the opportunity and grateful for all the support. And I'm grateful to my family and friends as well for all the support they've had, especially my sister Caroline and Zena, who I've leaned on more heavily than most in the last 2 years. Thank you all, and yeah, we really appreciate it. Good work today.
All right, lots of smiles around the room. Thank you to you both. At this time, Jaws, you can verify that the outer hatch is clear of hardware. And verify...
I still need to get into a better position.
Okay, copy.
We're now coming up on 6 hours and 30 minutes into the spacewalk.
We did just hear that the port sarge successfully drove, so nicely done to both of you guys.
Excellent. Okay, I can verify that it's clear of hardware.
Copy. Verify the hatch handle is per the hatch decal.
And I still have something keeping me from going at Zenith. At Zenith? Yeah, I need to get my head up so I can get the hatch, but do you need the stuff that's below me so I can move my legs later? Yep, stand by. How's that? Getting better. Well, rotating around something. I think you're also on me in some ways because... Yeah, is that pulling you? Yeah. Don't know if it's my SCU or... Yeah, because I cannot get in the position right now. Any easier, I think if my foot would... How far port are my legs? Andy, are you still at the hatch?
Yep. I mean, you can come further. I think your plisses might be hitting each other at the bottom. So, Loral, if you try to rotate.
Which way? For me to rotate.
Down and then look forward. Look station forward. So look to your right.
Oh. Sure.
Then try to pull yourself as close to the wall as possible. Jaws, if you roll to your right, then you should deconflict. You will deconflict your plisses.
Okay, copy. Let me get this.
We're about to have a handover. See you on the other side.
Copy.
And a handover right on time. The crew now at 6 hours and 32 minutes. The spacewalk clock continues to count as repressurization of the airlock hasn't begun just yet, but we heard some fantastic words from Ground IV and McLean mentioning that indeed this was a complex spacewalk, and Moghbeli and O'Hara reflecting on their time outside, as well as some special shout outs at home.
You mean roll to my right, this way?
Yeah, roll to your right. Yeah, like that.
Oh, but I'm still hitting something. You need to get your head. Oh, there we go. I can start whatever I was on, I'm cleared up. Okay. Okay, it's in the black region.
Okay, so when you're ready, Jaws, when you can verify that that hatch handle position is per the decal, you go to close and lock the hatch.
That is per the decal. And the card has floated in there. A clear view of your seat now. Okay, the hatch is closed. I just need to close and lock it.
Copy. Understand the hatch is closed and locking isn't work.
Okay, and just the head. Okay, what did you say, Loral? Oh, no, you're good. Keep going. Your place is just kind of right at my knees right now, so a heads up. Copy. Okay, it is latched, now just working on the lock.
And you may need to wiggle the handle a little bit in order to get that lock, Jazz.
Okay, thanks. My effector back down. I can go ahead and give you oxygen. 1 and 2 valves are open.
Okay, copy. Thanks.
And there's no set position it needs to be in, and this is just a pull down, push down, correct?
Yeah, and you may need to push it down, so it's got to be kind of perfectly aligned, and so you may have to kind of wiggle that handle and push down on the lock.
As hatch closure steps continue in the crew lock portion of the Quest airlock, this is a view inside the equipment lock portion. On the left is JAXA, or Japan Aerospace Exploration Agency astronaut Satoshi Furukawa.
The handle should be lined up with the black alignment marker on the decal.
Oh, even for the latched. Okay, that one, I see.
Yeah, the little black one.
Okay, it is locked.
Okay, we understand.
Closed and locked.
Hatch closed and locked. So Loral already confirmed the oxygen EMU 1 and 2 valves are open. So Loral, you can switch power EV1 and 2 to on ON and verify the LEDs are on ON. And volts between 18 and 19.
Okay, EV1 is on, standby. EV2 is 1 and now EV2 EV2 and EV1 are both on.
Copy. Check that the LEDs, 2 of them are on, and the power volts are between 18 and 19.
Both LEDs are on, and volts are both 18.6.
Copy. At this time on your DCMs, you can both switch your powers to SCU and expect a warning tone.
Is SCU.
Copy. EV1 is SCU.
From. Here's SCU.
And
hello? EV2 is to SCU.
Okay, understand both EV1 and EV2 are to SCU. At this time, I'll hand you over to Andy for the rest of the repress.
Thanks, Ann. Thank you, Ann.
Well,
hey, Andy.
Hey, Jaws and Loral, welcome back. So we are going to begin crew lock repress. First, a warning. If you're on SOP, leave your O2 actuator in EV, but I don't think either of you are on SOP.
No.
So on your DCM, take your O2 actuator to press and verify on your DCM that it says O2 actuator in press.
Mine is off. Okay, EV1 O2 is press.
Have you verified on the DCM?
It says O2 pause press.
Excellent.
And work.
And Jaws, you can check that the EV hatch MPEV is closed.
It is closed.
Copy.
Yeah, I'm in press.
Copy, Loral, you're in press, and can you verify on your DCM that it displays press?
Affirm. It's O2.
Say again?
Affirm. Have a good display.
Copy. So we are ready to repress. I will crack the hatch equalization valve here and go slowly and let you know if I need to stop at any time, okay?
Okay. Copy.
Andy Moghbeli, ESA astronaut in the center of the screen, now leading the crew members through the repressurization process. Standing by for repress to begin. And with repressurization beginning at 1:47 p.m. Central Time and the spacewalk starting at 7:05 a.m. Central Time today, that leads us to a 6-hour and 42-minute spacewalk, the first for Moghbeli and O'Hara. As repressurization continues, we will recap what Today's spacewalk entailed, as Ground Ivy and McLean said, a very complex spacewalk and a lot of great work accomplished. Moghbeli completed removal of the H fixture in preparation for future installation of an IROSA, that's an International Space Station Rollout Solar Array. Meanwhile, O'Hara removed a Trundle Bearing Assembly, lubricated the area on the Solar Array Rotary Joint, and installed a new Trundle Bearing Assembly. The ground has since confirmed that to be a successful replacement, and the hardware is working properly. Moghbeli reconfigured an Ethernet cable. The ground also confirmed that they are not seeing any issues they'd previously been experiencing when moving a camera in that area. And O'Hara was able to complete a get-ahead task, reconfiguring the starboard crew equipment translation aid.
Expect an alert tone, and at 5 psi, I will stop repress, and we'll do a leak check.
Copy. At this time, EV2. Copy. I'm showing airlock pressure 1.2. I think that was just the tone from it cycling back and forth. Right.
We're at 3 psi.
Copy. Copy.
PSI.
I got the tone.
One of the tasks slated for today's spacewalk was the removal of the RFG, a radio frequency group. It was previously attempted on a spacewalk earlier this year, and the teams ran into some trouble. That was not removed today. However, the site was inspected, and the teams here on the ground have a better understanding for what can be attempted for removal on a future spacewalk.
Okay, we're going to wait 2 minutes for the crew lock pressure to stabilize, and then we'll check the pressure over a minute.
Copy. Copy.
Repressurization continues in the crew lock, now at about 5 pounds per square inch, 5 psi. Again, we're bringing that up to 14.7 to make it equal with what we experience here on Earth and with the rest of the International Space Station. As repress continues, let's take a look at some of the statistics from today's spacewalk. It started at 7:05 a.m. Central and ended at 1:47 p.m., meaning it was a 6-hour and 42-minute spacewalk. It is the 269th spacewalk in support of space station assembly, maintenance, and upgrades. It's the 12th spacewalk from the space station this year and the second for Expedition 70. Total spacewalk time for Expedition 70 with one Roscosmos spacewalk and one U.S. is 14 hours and 23 minutes total. It's the first spacewalk for both O'Hara and Moghbeli. Again, total time of 6 hours and 42 minutes. And the total spacewalk time for all 269 spacewalks in support of space station assembly, maintenance, and upgrades is 1,710 hours and 49 minutes. That's equal to about 71 days, 14 hours, and 23 minutes of spacewalking time. The crew continues to step through the repressurization process. We will remain on air until both crew members are back inside the equipment lock portion of the Quest airlock. They're safers, that simplified aid for EVA rescue. Of course, we didn't see that used today. Those will be doffed or removed, and we will stay on air until their helmets are removed today.
All right, we show a good leak check. Check that your glove feeders are off, OFF.
Glove feeders are off.
Check your gloves for contamination and report to Houston.
No contamination for EV2, just the grease that we've already talked about. And EV1 has actually less scuff marks than earlier, it seems, and nothing else.
Houston copies.
Test them out.
Copies. So, warning, if cuff 1 symptoms resolving upon repress, report as cuff 2 to ensure proper DCS treatment. If any DCS, leave O2 actuator in press to maintain high air suit pressure. All right, so you can take your O2 actuator to IV now.
Copy. EV1 is IV verified on the display.
Another satellite handover with the space station, and as you can see, teams in the room are preparing for handover as well. The team leading the spacewalk today has been the Orbit 2 team, and again, as mentioned, this is staffed 24 hours a day, 365 days a year, so the Orbit 3 team will come and replace this team to get some well-deserved rest. O'Hara and Moghbeli are still in the crew lock portion of the Quest airlock as that repressurization continues. Again, a 6-hour, 42-minute spacewalk today, the first for both of them.
Yeah, you're discussing it. I know. Not sliding though. Yeah. Okay, it's the press. Yeah, it's pressed, and then I've got it's like staying kind of down, engaged to slide, but then it's not sliding. I wonder if I can. This might be a T. Okay, can you come down towards me? Can you roll to your right so I can get past your BRT? Okay, back down towards me, I mean. Okay, right there. Okay, is that move? What does your display say? Question mark. Okay, if you can just keep pushing it to the left. Yeah, I think it's between off and IV. Good. Or sticky. Yeah, you're. Oh. Are you? If you put can you put your BRT down? It's just you'd have to roll so I can get to it. I don't know if you can. Okay. Now I can't see, so I'm doing it blind. I can sort of. What? Can you see? No. Here, move your hand for a second. How about that? Okay, so that's an IV? EV2 is an IV.
All right, copy. I will continue the repress slowly.
Copy.
So ready to crack the equalization valve if you are.
Ready. Ready.
After holding at 5 pounds per square inch, 5 psi pressure to accommodate some routine leak checks, the repressurization has begun.
We're at 8 psi, and once we reach, or once the DPDT is about 0, then you can expect an alert tone.
Copy.
2 PSI.
Copy.
The airlock now over 10 psi as it works its way back up to about 14.7 to equate with the rest of the space station. Also, the percentage we're used to here on Earth. Again, today's spacewalk, 6 hours and 42 minutes.
PSI.
Copy 12.
Now over 13.6 pounds per square inch as repressurization of the crew lock continues.
All right, I think we've equalized. We'll start preparing to open the hatch.
Copy. Copy.
With repressurization of the crew lock complete, Moghbeli will prepare to open the hatch that separates the crew and equipment lock portions of the Quest airlock. And just as Moghbeli and Furukawa assisted the crew in getting suited up this morning, they will assist the crew in doffing or removing their suits as well. And the hatch is now open between the crew and equipment lock. That's NASA astronaut Loral O'Hara being helped back into the equipment lock portion first. As O'Hara and Moghbeli are helped out of their suits, another recap of the tasks accomplished today, a complex spacewalk. First off, Moghbeli removed the...
Would be appreciated.
Satoshi, that's in work.
First today, Moghbeli completed removal of the H fixture, which allows for future installation of an IROSA solar array. That's a rollout solar array. Meanwhile, O'Hara worked to remove a Trundle Bearing Assembly, then lubricate the area before installing a new Trundle Bearing Assembly. This is on the Solar Array Rotary Joint that help rotate the solar arrays to keep track with the sun. Moghbeli reconfigured an Ethernet cable, and the ground teams confirmed that was successful, and they have no conflicts with a camera that is in that area. O'Hara also completed a get-ahead reconfiguring the starboard crew equipment translation aid, also known as the SETA cart, working on a brake handle in that area. Ground teams also confirmed that the Trundle Bearing Assembly O'Hara installed today is working as planned. The crew moved on to work on the radio frequency group, but did not have enough time to remove it as was previously planned. But the teams on the ground now have a better understanding of the configuration of that area and will make plans for a future spacewalk.
Jaws and Loral, Houston. You are no longer hot mic'd. Welcome back and congratulations.
Both crew members are back in the equipment lock portion of the Quest airlock. Andy Moghbeli in the center of the screen. He is current ISS commander and assisting with the suit doffing today. Again, today's spacewalk, 6 hours and 42 minutes. The first spacewalk for both O'Hara and Moghbeli.
Houston airlock, PCV position above 3.
Houston copies.
Again, both crew members, Loral, O'Hara, and Jasmin Moghbeli, completing their first spacewalk today in 6 hours and 42 minutes, both back in the airlock and preparing for their helmets to be removed. Receiving some assistance from JAXA's Satoshi Furukawa and ESA's Andy Mogensen.
Airlock Houston on 1 for photo request.
Video on 1.
Hey, Satoshi, we have a request for photos of Laurel's headband, so if you could take a few for us, we'd appreciate it.
In work.
Closer to the end of the spacewalk, Loral O'Hara's headband started to slide down a little bit. Teams will photograph that for preparation for any future spacewalks. With Moghbeli's helmet and gloves removed, we are just standing by for Loral O'Hara's helmet to be removed. Again, these two crew members having completed their first spacewalk, totaling at 6 hours and 42 minutes. And with both crew members, Loral O'Hara and Jasmin Moghbeli, back inside the International Space Station's Quest airlock and their helmets removed, we are going to wrap up our coverage for today. Again, today's spacewalk for these two, it was both of their first venture outside the hatch, totaled at 6 hours and 42 minutes. A successful spacewalk accomplishing some very complex tasks for the International Space Station, and we look forward to the next opportunity to see the work done outside the hatch. This is Mission Control Houston.
Station, this is Houston. Are you ready for the event?
Houston, station, ready for the event.
Houston ACR. This is Mission Control Houston. Please call station for a voice check.
Station, this is Houston ACR. How do you hear me?
Houston ACR, I have you loud and clear.
Please stand by for opening remarks.
Hi, I'm Shari Cami, the very proud superintendent of the Baldwin Public Schools. We are located in New York, on Long Island, about 10 miles from Manhattan. We are so proud of our accomplishments and the programs that we offer our young people, particularly in the area of STEM, STEAM, and engineering. These programs allow our children to dream as big as humanly possible. In fact, today we have the opportunity to ask questions to a former graduate, Lieutenant Colonel Jasmin Moghbeli. Here's our first question.
Hi, my name is Logan. My question is, what is your favorite view from space?
Hi, Logan. Hi, everyone in Baldwin. First off, I'm so excited to be talking to you all today. Logan, my favorite view from space is hands down the view back home to you all of our beautiful planet Earth. I can't tell you how pretty it is and how it stands out from everything else and the darkness of space.
Hi, my name is Preston. My question is, what do you do for fun when you're not working on experiments?
Preston, that's a great question because, as you know, we not only work on the International Space Station, but we also live here, and I'm up here for about 6 months. So for fun, actually, one of the things I love doing most is taking pictures of our home planet and looking out the windows. It's been really hard to capture how beautiful it is, but we have some pretty nice cameras we use up here to take photos and share them with you. And I can't quite capture it, but I do have this drawing from Mia back home in Lenox. Drew me a picture of the Earth before I got up here, so I think she captured it pretty well.
Hi, my name is Irvin, and my question is, do you get to explore the outside of the International Space Station, and what is it like?
Irvin, actually, my first time going outside the International Space Station will be next week. My good friend and fellow crewmate Loral, O'Hara, and I will be going outside the space station to do some repairs and to bring in a piece of equipment that we need to bring back and repair once it's on station. So I'm really excited to get in my spacesuit and go out for the first time.
Hi, my name is Mia. My question is, what has been the most surprising thing that has happened to you guys in space?
Mia, the probably most surprising thing that happened was when I first got here, after hundreds of hours of training in the mock-ups of the space station back at Johnson Space Center, I got out of my Dragon and came onto the International Space Station, and I didn't know where I was or which way to go. And the reason is, if you look at a module like this, it looks totally different. If you look at it sideways, it looks totally different. And I was used to training on Earth, where we always looked at it in this orientation. So it took me about a week to know which way I was going and which module I was in.
Hi, my name is Johnny. My question is, how do you tell time in space?
Johnny, great question. You may or may not know that every day here on the space station, we go around the Earth about 16 times, which means every 45 minutes we're either seeing a sunrise or sunset. So we can't really use the sun to tell time like you would. So we actually use watches, much like we often do back home, and we set them to Greenwich Mean Time. And when it's nighttime, we try to turn off the lights on the space station or make them dimmer to make us feel like it's dark out. And then when it's daytime, we turn all the lights up bright.
Hi, my name is Lainey. My question is, describe your favorite food to eat in space.
Lainey, I have a few favorites. I like to sometimes make what I call a space hamburger. We have these beef patties, and I put it on wheat bread. It's only a one-sided hamburger, but it's pretty good. And then I also like to eat candy-coated peanuts. And my favorite part is you can play with your food in space. So you can just shoot it out and eat it. It's even fun with two people. You can pass it over to your crewmates.
Hi, my name is Sariel. My question to you is, are there any special tools or features on the spacesuit that you find fascinating?
Yeah, so I would say probably one of the coolest tools, I think, on our spacesuit, and I wish I could show you, but unfortunately it's already on my spacesuit ready for next week, so I can't take it off, but it's called a body restraint tether. And what it is, it's an arm that you can loosen or tighten. So when you tighten it down, it stays stiff in whatever position you put it in. And when you loosen it, it's floppy and moves around. So because it's hard, like in space, if I just push off lightly, I start going. That helps us to stay down into a work site, or we can put things on it and carry them with us on a spacewalk so we can still use our hands to move around.
Hi, my name is Abigail. My question is space depicted differently in the movie than what it is like in real life?
Abigail, it probably depends which movie. So as a kid, one of my favorite movies was Apollo 13. And I would say that depicts reality pretty well, where you have a group of people working together to solve a problem and not accepting failure as an option. Some other space movies probably dramatize things a bit and can be a little unrealistic in some ways. So it really just depends on which movie.
Hi, my name is Steven. My question is, what inspired you to become an astronaut, and how did you pursue this dream through your education and career?
Steven, so I first started dreaming about being an astronaut when I was a student at Lenox Elementary School. I did a book report on cosmonaut Valentina Tereshkova. She was the first woman in space, and I dressed up like her for a day in school and pretended to be her. And so that's where the dream started. And then as I got older, I just looked more into it and wanted to do it more and more. So I ended up studying aerospace engineering, both for my undergrad and my graduate degree, because I was interested in math and science and designing things, and also in space. And that eventually led me here to the International Space Station.
Hi, my name is Malia. My question is, what is the difference between how you felt in training and how you feel in space?
Malia, so the biggest difference is we can't really practice weightlessness back on Earth. We try, and we have a really big pool called the Neutral Buoyancy Lab that we try to make it as close as possible, but at the end of the day, there's still gravity back there. And so things float up here, and the hardest part is if you don't pay attention to something and you just leave it floating, for a second, and you turn away, it might be gone. And so it took a really long time to get used to not being able to just put things down and they stay there. You have to always, we use a lot of tape to keep things down, a lot of Velcro, and then just learning how to control your body in this environment.
Hi, my name is Brianna. My question is, how do you sleep in the space station?
Brianna, so, we're used to sleeping back on Earth where you feel the pressure on your back and you put a blanket on. Some people still feel they need that here on the space station, and everyone's slightly different. But I actually just have it kind of like a sleeping bag that I just tacked up to the wall in my crew quarters, and I get in there and I zip up, and it actually has armholes so you can leave your arms hanging out and they'll just float there. But it does have straps on it for some people that feel they need that pressure on their body to fall asleep.
Hi, my name is Isabella. My question is, what do you feel is the best advice you could give to someone who wants to be an astronaut?
Isabel, that's a really good question. And what I would say is, whatever you choose to do, there's not just the end goal, whether that's becoming an astronaut or something else. There's the journey to get there. And you should never do something just for that end goal. You should do things you're passionate about. And as you do those things, because you're passionate about them, you'll inevitably do well, and that will take you to the next step. And something else I'd like to say is, while you're doing those things, help bring others with you. If everyone's helping a hand to one another, that means we can all get further.
Hi, my name is Celeste. My question is, what research projects are you currently working on the space station?
Celeste, I think we have over 200 experiments going right now. Some of my personal favorites are the ones that actually use us as the subjects. So our human bodies are being researched because, as you know, we've been living and working in space for nearly a quarter of a century now, but we would like to go further onto the moon with our Artemis missions and then onto Mars. And so understanding when we start talking about living and working in space for 3 years, how is our body responding to that? And when we go past low Earth orbit, the radiation's different and things like that. So understanding how our body reacts in space is one of my favorite research subjects.
Hi, my name is Maya. My question is, if an astronaut is deployed in space for a long duration of time, what possible stresses could they face?
Maya, that's a really good question, because as I just mentioned, I'm up here for about 6 months, and we're talking about doing missions that'll eventually be 2-3 years when we go on to Mars. So I would say there are both the physical and mental stresses. In terms of physical stresses, especially up here where you're weightless, you're not using your muscles every day as you would on Earth. So we have to exercise for 2.5 hours every single day to make sure we keep our muscles strong, our bone density up. We've seen vision changes. And then you're away from most of the people you love, your friends, your family are back home. So making sure we find ways to connect to those we love back home is also really important.
Hi, my name is Shamar. My question is, what are some challenges that you face while being on the International Space Station?
Shamara, I don't think I realized exactly how hard space was until I started working at NASA and then got up here. It turns out the vacuum of space is a harsh environment, and it takes a lot to keep all of our systems running correctly. We need to be able to communicate back to Earth. Our life support systems are obviously very near and dear to me and my crewmates to keep us alive and breathing and everything. So I would say it's just that it takes a lot of things going right and a lot of people constantly working every single day. There is a challenge or a problem every single day, if not multiple, and just working through those.
Hi, my name is Faith. My question is, how does the view of Earth from space impact your perspective on environmental conservation and the need for sustainable practices?
Faith, I'd say I think I've always known that our home planet Earth is a very special place and that we need to protect it. But when you see it from up here and you see around it is just darkness with specks of light and how beautiful it is, and that everyone I know and love is back on that planet, it really is a good reminder that we need to take care of it.
Hi, my name is Catherine. My question is, how does the absence of gravity affect your body, movement, and daily activities?
Catherine, you can see I'm kind of, bobbing around here, and normally back on Earth, we're used to pressure on the bottom of our feet all the time. Up here on the space station, we're often using handrails to hook our toes kind of under them so that the top of your feet get used a lot more than the bottom of your feet. You can just float around, which I will say is even better than I could have ever dreamed. But it is also a challenging environment sometimes because, as I mentioned earlier, if you're trying to open a bag that's full of things, on Earth you could just unzip it and you could take stuff out and lay them on a table or on the ground. Up here, if you just open a bag that's full, it will float everywhere and go in every direction. So really, you have to learn to adjust to that and make sure you always have a way to secure things down as you go and very carefully take things out. So it did take me probably a good month to get used to that and get more efficient working in this environment.
Hi, my name is Chris. My question is, how did the intense acceleration and transition to microgravity feel?
Chris, the ride up here was one I will never forget. For me, I launched on a SpaceX Crew Dragon, Crew 7, and so it has two stages. The first stage, when we first lifted off from the pad, was way smoother than I could have imagined. You could feel the G-forces on your body, and it's going this way kind of through your chest, but it was so smooth. Then when that cut out, you suddenly jolt, and you feel the weightlessness for a moment, and then the second stage kicked in, and that was a lot more rumbly, and there were a lot more vibrations. And then once that cuts out, you're in orbit and floating around, and to me, it just felt like I was hanging upside down, actually, with my seatbelt holding me in.
Hi, my name is Grace. My question is, how has traveling to space changed your prior mindset or perspective of our world?
Grace, I would say, as I kind of mentioned earlier, when you see the Earth in the way that we see it up here, one, it is just magnificent and beautiful, but also you see it's kind of like this beacon, and around it is darkness with, as I said, just specks of light that are way off in the distance. And so you really realize how special it is, and again, how we need to protect it.
Hi, my name is Janaya. My question is, can you describe a typical day aboard the International Space Station, including your daily routine and tasks?
Janaya, so we work generally from around 7 to 7:30 in the morning. We have a morning meeting, and then we're working all the way till about 7 or 7:30 p.m. So just like back home, I wake up, brush my teeth, get my face cleaned up, maybe eat some breakfast, and then we're off working. And it's a combination of, the main mission up here is doing science experiments, but just as a function of living and working up here, we have to also maintain the space station and take care of our bodies. So as I said, we work out 2.5 hours every single day, and anytime something breaks, we have to be the ones fixing it. And sometimes we do things in advance to prevent things from breaking. So every day can be slightly different, but we're generally working from those hours.
Hi, my name is Ali Marie. My question is, how do you prepare for possible disruptions in communication between you and Mission Control on Earth?
Ali Marie, that's actually a very fitting question because a few months before I launched, there was a storm that impacted one of our ground sites, and that ended up significantly impacting our communication coverage up here. So the entire time I've been up here, we've had a little less coverage than we're normally used to. And so throughout the span of the day, comms are cutting in and out regularly. And really, we just train for it. We train to be able to handle any situation we need to with that's urgent.
Station, this is Houston. Are you ready for the event?
Houston station, ready for the event.
Houston ACR, this is Mission Control Houston. Please call station for a voice check.
Station, this is Houston ACR. How do you hear me?
Houston ACR, I have you loud and clear.
Please stand by for opening remarks.
Hi, I'm Shari Cami, the very proud superintendent of the Baldwin Public Schools. We are located in New York, on Long Island, about 10 miles from Manhattan. We are so proud of our accomplishments and the programs that we offer our young people, particularly in the area of STEM, STEAM, and engineering. These programs allow our children to dream as big as humanly possible. In fact, today we have the opportunity to ask questions to a former graduate, Lieutenant Colonel Jasmin Moghbeli. Here's our first question.
Hi, my name is Logan. My question is, what is your favorite view from space?
Hi, Logan. Hi, everyone in Baldwin. First off, I'm so excited to be talking to